So thank you all for being here. Really appreciate this opportunity to spend with our leaders at the FDA. You know, what an opportunity this is, especially given some of the activities that are coming up with PDUFA and other things, to really learn about this agency and to have really direct one-on-one conversation with them. So please take this opportunity during some of the break times that we have to introduce yourself and to become better acquainted with them. Just a little bit of background for you is this is the second in a series of meetings that we've hosted with our partner organizations on working with regulators. So in case you've missed it, we had the meeting on working with regulators focusing on CMS in June, about a year ago, and we've given you at your table the toolkit that was created from that meeting. All of the materials, including this toolkit, they're available online on our website, and we'll make sure and send you the link to that when we send you the evaluation. But please use this freely, forward it to others. It was created so that others might learn from the content that we share today. We will be repeating that for this meeting today, so in probably 4 to 6 weeks, we will have all of the videos online and all of the content online, all of the slides, so you'll have full access to that as well. The other thing I just wanted to mention is we're lucky today to have our first speaker, Joshua Sharfstein, here with us. But we've also given you, an article that he wrote that I think is a really good overview of the FDA and gives a really nice perspective of what we don't see every day. We're working hard with the individuals there. We hear a lot about their work in the media, but I think this gives a really nice perspective of this is what happens if you can get a snapshot of 1 day with them. This is what happens if you can get a snapshot of 2 days with them. And so on. So I would just encourage you to read this when you get a chance. I wanted to just quickly thank our partners for this particular meeting. So ACS CAN, the COPD Foundation, Friends of Cancer Research, NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NORD, the National Organization for Rare Disorders, NPAF, and the Society for Women's Health Research. So I'd like to thank you all for your partnership on this particular meeting. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Joshua Sharfstein to the podium. You have his biography in your packet, but Joshua is the Associate Dean for Public Health Practice and Training at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Linda. It's great to be here, and I love seeing the list of all the organizations, many of whom I got to work with when I was at FDA. So my initial, more recent experience with FDA was after President Obama was elected the first time. I was asked to lead the transition planning for the agency. It was part of a little team that was on the transition team. And we did a couple things. We speed dated the organizational chart. We met all these different people very quickly at the agency. And then we met all these different groups outside the agency. And it was really my more recent introduction to the agency. And we started by meeting a lot of advocacy groups. And they came in, they said, oh, thank God, President Obama got elected. The agency is completely in the pocket of industry. The pendulum has swung all the way to one side. Finally, we're going to have people who are interested in safety and other things, and it's just so important that you're here. And then I met with industry, and industry said, oh my gosh, thank God there's going to be change at the FDA. The agency is completely terrified of the consumer groups. The pendulum has swung all the way to the safety side. And finally, we know that President Obama is interested in innovation and drug development, and he's talked about that, and we're finally going to be able to get some change there. And I would go home and I'd be like, everybody sees a different FDA. I'm obviously exaggerating a little bit, but not that much, and I would I'd say to some of the consumer groups, the industry isn't saying just keep things the way they were. Some of them were saying start again, do something totally different. And to the industry, I would say, the consumer groups aren't exactly so happy with how things went. And people would say, yeah. And it really occurred to me that the model of a pendulum for FDA, which a lot of people think about, is the wrong model. It's just not the right way to think about it. The agency has a very, very difficult job. It's very easy for people to project onto the agency, to assume that the agency is thinking a certain way or has a worldview that's really averse to them. But in reality, the agency just has a really tough job, and it can do it better or worse. And oftentimes when it does it better, it does better on both safety and on innovation. That I really think that like the idea of a pendulum is probably wrong. And so oftentimes I would meet with people and they would come in and they would say, FDA, here's your big problem. And they'd have some overarching statement about FDA, and they'd have some demand about a particular issue. So we think that the FDA shouldn't even think about regulating laboratory developed tests, because it's absolutely essential for innovation, and you just can't even, you just stop any idea of regulation. And I would say, well, what about these different problems that exist? And they really wouldn't be able to compute. And on the other hand, it was the exact opposite. The FDA should go all the way to the end of the earth to regulate something. And I would say, well, what about the potential that something could come up in the meantime? And there were some people who initially said the first thing the Obama administration should do is say that it's no longer a mission of the agency to promote access to effective products. It should just be to protect safety. I was like, I don't think that's a good mission. I think we should be both. So what I tried to do when I was at FDA is I met with people, as I talked to journalists, as I met with consumer organizations and patient advocates like yourselves, is to say, like, the best way to deal with the agency is to put yourself in the position of the agency. Think about the challenge. Think about how you would do your job well. And I'll give you a specific example. The diabetes community was very interested in what they called an artificial pancreas. So the FDA's approved a continuous glucose meter, and they've approved a continuous insulin pump. So could we connect those two was really the question. And they were starting to do that in Europe. How come FDA hasn't approved the ability to connect those two, and maybe if the glucose is reading low, to shut off the insulin, or then maybe to do some other things? That was a big priority. And they were gearing up for a big advocacy campaign to demand that FDA do this. And I said, well, this isn't the most, it's obviously a huge therapeutic goal to have something like this. It's a really great thing, but we don't want to approve something that makes diabetic patients worse off. So and I'm not saying don't do whatever campaign you're going to do, but think about sponsoring a scientific meeting where you could bring people together and ask, what's the right standard for approval? How will FDA do this well? And that's what they did. And the FDA largely, I think, adopted a lot of their suggestions and was able to, I think, accelerate the consideration of those devices, because they sort of thought about the space that FDA has to work in, which is not all one side or the other. There was one other example I wanted to give. A lot of times, the other major thing I would say, and then I think the best thing for these types of events is for questions that you all may have, because that way I can make sure I'm addressing the points that you might have. So in addition to kind of thinking like the FDA, thinking about the challenges that the FDA has and helping the FDA do its job, let me just mention one other thing. To help you understand those challenges. So there is a cell-based therapy at some point that NIH developed that had some profound effect on a disease in a trial. And people said, oh my God, that needs to be approved. FDA needs to be approve it. It's really important. And the people at FDA asked basically one question, which is, what is it? What is the cell-based therapy? Like, if you were to list, the cell-based therapy is the following. It's what? And the researchers couldn't do it. They made it once in the lab, but they couldn't explain what were the essential qualities of it. So how do you know what are you actually approving? What's the underlying thing that's there? And so researchers, it was that kind of thing that led people to think, well, it's better to work early with the agency if you're developing a new technology. Think about what characterizes it so that in the end, it can be approved quickly because people know what the it is. And you don't want to, approve something that turns out not to be what actually was the thing that mattered in the clinical study. The other major point I would make is that the agency really wants what you want. There are a lot of people who work a long time at the agency because they want safe, effective, and innovative treatments to get to patients. That is their passion in life. And they're not there to say no. I think there might have been the legend of one guy at FDA who was the famous person who drove 55 miles an hour on the Beltway. Never 1 mile over, and because he believed in following every rule exactly correctly. But in general, of course, FDA follows the rules, but the people who are there are really thinking about where they're going. They want things to happen. Now, sometimes it's not just up to FDA. There are complexities, there are rules, there are guidances that other people have to sign off on, that they are facing challenges. The FDA may want to do something that you're doing and that you'd like, but there's opposition out there, or it has to move its way through the HHS or the White House. And in a lot of circumstances, people don't have this in their mind. The FDA is their best advocate, and just coming out and just slamming the FDA for not getting it done fast enough is not nearly as effective as asking the FDA what would be helpful. Would it be helpful if we convened a meeting of experts to get more scientific support for this? Would it be helpful if we met with the White House? Would it be helpful if we met with the pharmaceutical industry and really explained to them why this was important to us? That's the kind of thing which I think would be useful, and oftentimes is. And the groups that I would work most closely with would understand that. So I would say so those are my two major pieces of advice. Put yourself in the shoes of the FDA and think what it would be to help them. And then second of all, when you're aligned, ask the FDA what would be helpful to the agency. Now, I wrote another article which was not distributed called Dear Healthcare Lobbyists. It was in the Milbank Quarterly. And it was somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but the first line in there was, in my decade or so working in the public sector, I met with healthcare lobbyists 1,000 times, probably. And every time I was polite, but now I get to say, now that I'm in academia, I finally get to say what I really think. So that's that article. And I talked about the strengths and weaknesses of different lobbying strategies. And what was interesting to me is that I could tell an effective lobbyist irrespective of what they were lobbying for. So there are some people who I totally agreed with them, and they were the least helpful people when I met with them. I might have even been a member of their organization sometime, and they drove me crazy because they couldn't pull it together. They couldn't be responsive. They couldn't understand where we were coming from, and it was very frustrating. In other cases, there'd be industries that I really wasn't all that, not industries maybe that you all deal with, but, all that aligned with or naturally aligned with, that I could really have a good conversation with their advocates and their lobbyists because they understood the agency, and it was just a completely different kind of conversation. So just because you're lobbying for rare diseases or for COPD, that is great. And of course, people are going to listen, but there's a level of kind of training yourself to be effective that is independent of the subject matter. And I think with Libby Mullen and others, you've got some fabulous, people to learn from. But I think that, don't rest on your laurels just because it's a good cause. You really want to think about what you can do to get yourself to be as effective as possible with the agency. So let me pause there and see what questions. I'm happy to talk about anything now that I'm no longer working for government. I got nothing. I can say anything.
So I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. So what would your advice be to this audience as we're thinking about, so in addition to what you've already offered, so what would your advice be to this audience, which is made up of multiple disease areas? So when you think about we're coming up on another PDUFA cycle, how do we best approach either each other and come to the FDA with sort of a united voice, or how do we engage the FDA in those separate conversations that might be effective as a part of either that cycle or something that may be separate from that cycle?
Sure. So when I worked on Capitol Hill, I worked for Henry Waxman for a long time. People would often show up and say, Congressman Waxman really needs to sign on to this letter, or really needs to support X, Y, and Z. And I would say, okay, who else does? Who supports that? And they'd say, no, it's my idea. It's the greatest. Congressman Waxman should be the first person to publicly ever support it. And I'd say, why? Why should he be the first person? Would it kill you to write an op-ed? Would it kill you to get a few people together? It's the wrong model, I think, and sometimes Congressman Waxman would do that, but it is a very rare situation where an agency or a member of Congress is going to be the first person to cross the threshold with an idea. The better thing to do is always to try to build some consensus or some momentum or some research or some policies around something, and then you're making it easier for an agency or an elected official to follow what you're doing, no matter what the topic. When I had some success with FDA, when I was the health commissioner of Baltimore City, I got the pediatricians of the city together, the chairs of every major pediatric department in the city, and we did a statement in the fall of 2006 where we advised all parents not to give cough and cold medicines to their children under 6 because there was no evidence that they worked and they could be harmful. And all the senior pediatricians said, look, we just don't think it's a good idea. And then someone said, well, why are they on the market and why does everyone use them? And we did a petition to FDA. And when we did the petition, I got the top pediatric toxicologist in the country, who was Michael Shannon at the time, Children's Hospital, ER. And I got the top pediatric pharmacologist in the country, Wayne Snodgrass, who was the head of the pharmacology committee for the AAP. And they signed the petition. And we sent it to FDA, and I had the leading lights of pediatrics on that, and I called a friend of mine at the New York Times, and I begged him to write about the petition. I said, this is a really good issue. There really is no evidence behind this. He said, let me see what I can do. Let me think about it. He called me back and he said, I talked to the editors. You're going to get 1-inch, tiny little story on the back page of the business section, and to which I said, Thank you. So thank you. It was so exciting to be in the New York Times. I was so excited. And I woke up the next morning and it was 3 columns across the top of the front page. And why? Because when Gardner Harris called the FDA and said, all these pediatricians think this is a bad idea. What do you think? Instead of saying, we'll get to it when we get to it, or, we don't comment on, the guy at the FDA said, I think they're right. Those are some pretty great people, and I think they're right. And so that got us on the front page. It was a huge issue, and as you may know, all those drugs are off the market for kids under 4 now. So, but, if I had just come myself, even though I was the health commissioner, it wasn't nearly as effective. So I think anything you can do with partners, anything that you can do across disciplines, so getting the patient community is a great thing to do, working with industry and consumer groups and others, anything you can do there is going to be helpful. And it's helpful to the agency too, because the PDUFA process is partly working it out with the constituents of FDA and then partly selling it and having people really stand arm to arm. And what FDA has done very effectively with constituents is to say, okay, we've made a good deal. We're all in favor of it. The day may come where someone says, well, don't you really want it to be just tweaked a little bit? And the whole consensus will fall apart. And so it's the agency has a process that's worked pretty well, but it really does help if you can build consensus or put out papers that explain the reasoning, and rather than just say it's right, I don't understand why you're not doing it, and kind of shake your fist. That's not as effective.
Hi, Josh. Rob Wilson of the Cancer Support Community. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts on 21st century cures. Obviously, as we saw, this legislation passed with very, very strong, overwhelming bipartisan support, but now it seems to kind of be stalled in the Senate. We're not really quite sure what's going to happen with it. Curious to know if you think, does it stand a chance in the Senate? Do you think, a lot of this potentially gets rolled into PDUFA reauthorization? But just kind of curious to get your thoughts on what you think might happen with 21st century cures moving forward.
Sure. I'm not, I would say like a political commentator on the day-to-day events of FDA, so I don't know. I don't think I can handicap it all that well. I will say that I'm going to make a couple observations. One is that, particularly on the drug side, things have been working, I think generally pretty well, and the broad perception is a lot lot better in some regards. There are more new drugs approved than have been approved before. The FDA has made some major strides on safety, and yet at the same time that FDA is generally, I think, perceived as moving in the right direction on a lot of things, there's an effort to change some of the standards considerably for approval, and I think that people have to be very careful about that, because there's a misunderstanding in part of the FDA. The FDA doesn't stop things from working. If things don't meet a good standard, they just don't meet that standard. And I think Commissioner Hamburg said it very well in one of her final speeches, which is you can't, legislate a cure for Alzheimer's. You can't say, how dare FDA not have approved a cure for Alzheimer's? If there's no cure for Alzheimer's, there's no cure for Alzheimer's. And it's not necessarily the right thing to do to lower all the standards and get products that may or may not work. And we have some students here. Some of them are in a class that I'm teaching now. And one of the things we did a few lectures on FDA. And one of the important things to recognize about FDA is that as the FDA review became more stringent, the pharmaceutical industry prospered. I mean, that's the history is the golden age of the pharmaceutical industry happened as FDA became the first regulatory agency to really set good standards for review. And the approach, I think, I understand the temptation to say, it seems to work, let's just get it out there, but that really has to be balanced against, we never really know if something works unless you do the right study. And I think people who are advocating for patients have to have in mind that the major therapeutic gains have happened when there were, good standards, and we didn't rely on, on kind of poor outcome measures. And it doesn't mean you don't use surrogate outcomes when it's the right time, but I trust the FDA to do that more than I do Congress. And I think the Congress should listen to the people at the FDA more on this. And I think advocates should be saying, hold on, if we really don't have the FDA support, which I don't think you have for 21st century cures, I don't care whether it's bipartisan. I think if I were to make a political criticism, it would be that people think they're legislating cures. That if we do this law, we'll get cures faster. But and so it becomes something that people want to sign on to. I signed on to legislation that'll get us a cure for X. There's a big, big danger in that. And the history of the FDA is probably the reverse. That's not to say the FDA shouldn't be flexible and innovative, but it is to say that you should listen to the FDA rather than potentially build something that will make it hard. I have a piece this week in JAMA, it was just published online, about some of the First Amendment litigation and the potential danger for the FDA approval process, which may be more of a direct threat. But the idea that companies can market without FDA reviewing the data for the effectiveness of particular uses is very troubling to me, because I think that it is exactly the FDA review that's the honest broker of whether something is true. And without that, the market becomes very confused. And it becomes very hard to separate the wheat from the chaff. And it also becomes very hard for companies to feel like it's worth it to do the right research study. And what you don't want is someone running around saying this drug works for COPD when you don't really know, and refusing to do the study in COPD patients to find out whether it does, because they can say we have found 3 doctors who think it works for COPD and market it on that basis. And I think that people should pay really, everyone should read my article. No, I'm kidding. This is the occupational hazard of working for an academic institution is self-citation. So I apologize in advance. But you don't have to read my article. You can read Aaron Kesselheim's article, same point in the New England Journal of Medicine, that this is a pretty serious issue, and it should really concern people who want the FDA to be, helping facilitate treatments that have real evidence behind them.
We'll include the link to your article in the follow-up email.
Okay, good. And you can send around Dear Healthcare Lobbyists, too, for comic relief. Yes?
Okay, so you're going to get a question from healthcare lobbyists.
Okay.
Kim Linthicum with Myriad Genetic Laboratories, worked a number of years for the drug industry. Just to play devil's advocate, when I think about the folks that are in the room and the job they have to do, I totally agree. Put yourself in the shoes of the FDA. The legislative body is another customer of patient advocates, and they also have to put themselves in the shoes of those folks. So while you may say that Congress is looking to just legislate cures, I think what you also get on the other side is FDA is just looking for more money to fix a lot of problems. And so I think with the folks in the room, they're hearing both those sides. And so what's the advice when you hear things from Congress that says, there are hundreds and hundreds of vacancies at the FDA? And when industry is complaining about a lack of flexibility, I think a lot of the easy stuff's been solved. I think when we look at the cures that are yet to come, they're harder, and they may need more flexibility. And to give that flexibility at the same time when people are demanding just more and more money when there are open vacancies, how do folks in this room kind of deal with
That's a very fair question. I think that I'm not saying that Congress doesn't have a very important role with respect to FDA. I don't want people to misunderstand me. And I think that there are some provisions in 21st century cures that will probably be helpful. But I think that where I get concerned is certain of those provisions and certain perspectives that are coming down, which I think the FDA largely opposes, which I give me pause. So it's hard because it's such a big bill to kind of say it in one fell swoop. So it's not necessarily that Congress doesn't have a role. In fact, I've been very outspoken in certain areas that new legislation is absolutely needed for innovation. I just wrote a piece in the New England Journal about sunscreens, where the FDA is getting pounded on, I think very unfairly, by the sunscreen industry because, they're not approving over-the-counter products fast enough, and their, authority is to do rulemaking, which takes a long time and is very inflexible. And I think that, to your point about funding, the challenge is that FDA is funded in certain cylinders of funding. Okay, so when I've been on the chair of the board of a lot of different nonprofits, and the problem that the nonprofits have, or we'll do small nonprofits, is you get a grant from the federal government. That money has to go to a certain grant, a certain set of purposes. You get a grant from the state, that's for a certain set of purposes. You may have vacancies on the federal side, but you can't use you can't use extra money to do the state work. I once had just a horrible meeting, this was a long time ago, at the board where I inherited a deficit at an organization, and we had a new CFO who said, the bad news is we're $2 million in the red. The good news is we have $3 million coming in, so we're $1 million in the black. And we fired him immediately because those $3 million were all for new things. We can't use that for the $2 million. That doesn't work that way. So that principle kind of applies to FDA because there's certain money that is for new drug review. The new drug review process is very, is generally pretty well funded. The OTC stuff is very, very poorly funded. So you can't look at vacancies on the new drug side and say, oh, well, why don't they just use that money? They're not allowed to. So, it's maybe a little bit more subtle. I think that one of the things that I was very interested in, and this would be a substantive suggestion from me to you, in terms of PDUFA, is transparency at the agency. I led the transparency task force. If you go back to the report that we put out, we actually had some very, very good ideas in there that never made it all the way. The agency endorsed it, but it didn't really make it all the way. And you go back and read us, some of those will be very, very helpful to industry. I think that one of the more troubling things about FDA is that they say, we're going to do a guidance on something. We're going to give a path, and then years go by, and the FDA can't do that. That hasn't done the path. And that's almost worse than never saying anything, because a lot of times people won't invest in a particular area because they're waiting, well, I don't want to invest in a particular study if the FDA is going to come out next week with a report that says that study is not the right study to do for approval. But by the FDA wants to seem like it's on top of it. They know they need to do guidance, so they put out that they're going to do guidance. Well, why can't they do guidance? It could be they don't have the resources. It could be the guidance is getting blocked somewhere for some crazy reason. And nobody knows. It's very much a black box. I think that as something that could be very, very helpful is for the FDA to be transparent about interim deadlines about guidance. It's not just to say it's on the agenda, but when they think it'll be done and is it on track, and a lot more information about at least the key ones that could be very helpful. And then you'd have a better sense of what is actually holding something up. And it's, I think that, there are a lot of pressures on agencies to overpromise and underdeliver, and I think transparency helps counter that if you can pull that off. That would be something it's not a specific guidance you're asking for, but it's something that I think would help in a lot of different areas, and is not averse to FDA, because FDA, the people inside FDA want a deadline. They want to be able to force it through different roadblocks. When there's no deadline for something, then it's just really hard for the FDA to say, but we promise, we need to do this by this time. This is what's going on. It's hard to say that to OMB. It's hard to say that to HHS. But if the FDA just has to make a commitment and it's out there, then it's a little bit easier for the agency. And I don't think that is something that would be, that averse. Yeah.
Hi, Anna Hyde with the Arthritis Foundation. So heading into the 246, there's a lot of emphasis from all stakeholders on patient-focused drug development. And obviously the groundwork was laid in 345 for that. And now it seems like a lot of folks are talking about, we have some mechanisms in place to collect patient data and get patient experience information. Now, how do we scientifically incorporate that into the process that the FDA has? I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that and really where that belongs in the order of importance of what FDA is doing.
So, I give a lot of credit to Janet Woodcock and her team. I think they've had a vision on this for a long time, and they're starting to see it, come into fruition. And I'm not sure at the time they started with the vision, they realized what amazing technology exists to capture patient, or would exist, to capture patient experience. I know people who have companies that have just really, really fascinating, tools for people that feeds back to the patients too. It's not just, the data goes into the black hole somewhere, but that people, get feedback on how their pain has been, how it varies during the day, and patients really like to get that feedback. It's not a particular field that I have expertise in, and I think it's probably going to be a complement and not a replacement for the core safety and efficacy data. But I think that the advantages of pulling that data may be very much for patients to know what to look for with drugs. And if you think about medications, you're taking them because you think you're going to have an outcome, but increasingly I think you'll see some of these patient feedback tools approved along with the drugs. So the experience of taking a drug will be like, it is in fact helping you, or it's not helping you, or you might want to try to take it a little earlier in the day. And it'll suddenly become very different based on something that's co-developed with the drug. And it'll be a very interesting world. I have, in my little limited experience, I could be way off base here, but since you're the Arthritis Foundation, I'll say that I think in general, doctors and advocacy groups and others really don't have that rich an understanding of the course of illness and what people experience on a daily basis. And if we're switching kind of paradigms to we're really going to make it easier for the patient, it's in everyone's interest to get that. And I think personally that it may be the case someday that it's the patient advocacy organization that is the one that figures out a way to work with patients who have the disease and have a better understanding. So you're sitting down and you're saying, it's that mid-morning burst of pain that 73% of patients say is their worst moment with RA. That you have just such an understanding of the illness, and that there are tools that are, they're filling out. You have a cohort of 5,000 people all entering data into an app. You're seeing that that's all going away. You're seeing that something, and that you're not just coming by saying look, we've got all these patients, here's one story, here's another story, but you actually have the best understanding. You have a better understanding than the companies. You have a better understanding than FDA. And that will give you an incredible amount of, may change the relationship of an advocacy organization to the industry and the agency, because they're going to want to know, based on the data that you're really collecting, because the patients really trust you, that something is making a difference. So I would think about it broader than just what the agency is doing, but what can individual organizations do to think about the different ways that diseases are experienced, because it may turn out to be a really interesting role for organizations to play. So that's an unsolicited thought that occurred to me there. Well, thanks so much for having me here. I'm sorry that I have to zip back up to Baltimore, but I'm happy to come down in the future. And you feel free to disagree with everything that I said. Everybody has different experiences with the agency, but it is a really important agency, and the work that you do is essential for the agency to be functioning well for the people in the United States. And so really appreciate your spending time to come to an event like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharfstein. My name is George Dahlman. I'm with the National Patient Advocate Foundation. And that last question was a great transition into the next segment. All of the patient organizations, in fact, government as well, struggling with this whole question of how do you integrate the patient perspective into everything, whether it's in the exam room or whether it's in government policy formulation at the federal, state, or local level. And I think our next speaker is kind of on the leading edge of that in trying to integrate the patient perspective and serve as a liaison for the patient perspective in government policy. Richard Klein is the patient liaison representative for the FDA, and his charge is to really make sure that the patients are integrated and vice versa into the scientific and technical and sometimes bureaucratic structures that are on the inside. He's eminently qualified for this because he's been doing it on human subject protections and then with the HIV/AIDS community and with the hepatitis community. So he has the inside track, and it's good for us to have a kind of professional advocate on the inside to help us steer this. And I'm sure a lot of it is probably like herding cats, proverbially. So if we invite Richard up and hopefully he'll tell us something about how we can help him help us. Richard?
Okay, thank you and good morning. It's great to be here. I'm not going to talk about patient advocacy because we have two people from the office, Steve Morin and Deb Miller, who are going to address that a little later on. And but I did want to talk about FDA, and I think hopefully coming right on the heels of Josh Sharfstein, this will kind of really mesh well with what he was saying and give you a good sense about FDA. And I thought I would start off by showing you where we sit in the federal government. Obviously, we're part of the executive branch. We're under the HHS, the Health and Human Services Department, and part of the Public Health Service. And FDA is one of the HHS agencies, and we're a regulatory agency. So we really have a very different mission than everybody else who is in this cadre of organizations as being the regulators rather than service providers. And the mission for FDA is that we're responsible for protecting the public health by assuring the safety, efficacy, and security of human and veterinary drugs, biological products, medical devices, the nation's food supply, cosmetics, and products that emit radiation. And added to that are tobacco products, more recently. It's also really important to talk about what FDA is not responsible for, and that is to develop drugs and devices. We do not do that. We don't run the clinical trials that lead to the development and the approval of drugs and devices. That's done by private entities and then brought to FDA. We don't regulate the practice of medicine, which is why there is off-label use. So FDA approves a product that is labeled for the intended use that was shown in a clinical trial to be effective for that population. Off-label use would be the practice of medicine. And we do not regulate the cost or the price of medicines. But we do regulate about $1 trillion worth of products, which account for about 20 cents of every consumer dollar spent in the United States. And there's a very broad range of products that we regulate. Medical devices from toothbrushes and tongue depressors to microwave ovens, which are radiation-emitting devices, medicines, vaccines, blood products, foods, veterinary drugs, all sorts of things, cosmetics that Americans depend upon. So who does all of this? FDA is divided up into 6 product-focused centers. We have the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, the Center for Biologic Evaluation and Research, the Center for Medical Devices and Radiological Health, the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, Center for Veterinary Medicine, and the Center for Tobacco Products. There's also the National Center for Toxicological Research, which looks at toxicology of drugs and other products that are used as part of drugs or biologics. We have a field staff that does inspections, compliance, enforcement, and criminal investigations. They're distributed throughout the country, but most of the people at FDA are on the campus, which is in Silver Spring, Maryland. And altogether, all told, there's about, I think about 6,600 staff at FDA. So going back to the roots, because I think it's really important to talk about where did FDA come from, what are the roots, and how did it evolve over time to be what it is and have the responsibility it has. We can go back to the turn of the last century. Harvey Wiley was the head of the Bureau of Chemistry at the Department of Agriculture. And an artifact of Harvey Wiley, who's considered the father of food and drug law, really, is that our budget is still through the Department of Agriculture rather than HHS, which I think is a very interesting small artifact going back to the turn of that century. And in those days that Harvey was looking at drugs and foods, he was concerned about the fact that there was no control whatsoever, and people were buying what are called patent medicines, and they could make any claim and contain anything or actually contain nothing. There were no rules that determined whether or not a drug was what it said it was, whether it was effective, and whether it was safe. And I threw in here the Good Housekeeping seal of approval, because after Harvey moved on from the Department of Agriculture, he went to Good Housekeeping magazine, where he developed the Good Housekeeping seal of approval, which is still around today. I look for it on every product. So the wake-up call back in the early 20th century, there were 2 publications. One was Collier's expose of patent medicine fraud, and Upton Sinclair's book, The Jungle. And I don't know if people have read The Jungle. It's a very famous book. It was really about the food industry and the meatpacking industry, which ironically, FDA does not regulate most meats. But that was still kind of at the heart of developing the Food and Drug Administration. What they had written was essentially that things were filthy, that drugs didn't work, that people were being harmed by the drugs that they were taking, that they were ineffective and yet toxic. So Congress moved in 1906 to create the Pure Food and Drug Act. And that was signed by Theodore Roosevelt. It prohibited interstate commerce of adulterated or misbranded foods or drugs, so there was some truth in labeling there, and that drugs needed to meet standards of strength and purity. And so there were some shortcomings to this rule, mostly that the burden to demonstrate that there was a danger related to the use of a food or to a drug was on the FDA, which at the time was not the FDA yet. It was still the Bureau of Chemistry. But the burden was on FDA to show that there was something wrong rather than on someone to show that this product worked or that it was healthy and wholesome. And there was no allowance for factory inspection, so nobody could really determine whether or not they were produced in a clean and healthy and wholesome environment. So regulatory changes, which is what I think is really the crux of this whole talk, usually are precipitated by tragedies and problems. Regulations at FDA don't come out of nowhere. People don't sit around thinking, how can we restrict things? How can we, make things more difficult? It's always in relation to some sort of problem that needs to be solved. So 1906 to 1938 saw a parade of disasters, but the primary one that I think moved Congress and the American public was the sulfanilamide disaster. So in 1937, sulfanilamide was a precursor. It's a sulfa drug, but it was used to treat infections. So essentially a precursor to the antibiotics. And it was really an amazing development. But it was very hard to dissolve. And for children, someone decided, there was a company in Tennessee who made sulfanilamide, that by dissolving the drug in diethylene glycol, which is essentially the same as antifreeze, which was sweet and easy to dissolve the drug in, you could get kids to eat this or drink this drug. There were 107 deaths that related to the use of sulfanilamide. The agency went out and really searched for every single bottle that had been produced of sulfanilamide and seized the product. But the agency didn't even have the authority to seize it based on the fact that people had died. They seized it on the basis of misbranding, because being an elixir, it needed to be dissolved in alcohol and not diethylene glycol. So really, it led to a lot of controversy about the safety of drugs, the quality of drugs, and it got people talking about should there be a lot more regulation. And FDR, Franklin Roosevelt, signed the 1938 Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which is still the act that we operate under today, and created for the first time the Food and Drug Administration. So drugs needed to be shown to be safe before marketing, and this act extended these rules to cosmetics and therapeutic devices. There needed to be adequate directions for use, that's drug labeling. There needed to be a complete list of ingredients for the first time. And there needed to be a new drug application, which in the very beginning was not done by FDA. FDA didn't review them. The American Medical Association actually did the reviews for FDA and then reported back. But it also authorized factory inspections. So there was federal oversight of how clean, how efficient, what kind of quality assurance did they have at the factory level. I thought this was just, there have been a lot of amendments to the Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act over the years, but I thought an interesting one was 1951, the Durham-Humphrey Amendment. I don't know how many people here were born after 1951, but before 1951, there was not officially a prescription drug. So this act explicitly defined two specific categories for medications: prescription drugs or legend drugs or over-the-counter drugs. So it required that any habit-forming or potentially harmful drugs be dispensed under the supervision of a health practitioner as a prescription drug and carry the statement, which it still does, caution, federal law prohibits dispensing without a prescription. So this act really put what is considered to be a learned intermediary between the doctor and between the patient and the drug, so that people wouldn't just diagnose themselves, take these drugs, which were really pretty positive, but pretty toxic as well. You needed somebody to make sure you knew what you were doing, that you weren't being overdosed. And I think it's quite a testament that this is still in play today. But what about effectiveness? So in the late 1950s and into the early 60s, a drug called thalidomide really established what FDA is today. And it brought to the forefront the importance of efficacy in drug development as well. So this was a drug that was essentially a sedative. They found it was very effective for women who were pregnant. It was great for morning sickness, and it was being given. It was approved in Europe. It was approved in Canada. It was being given in the US as an investigational drug, as samples, but it wasn't approved here. So there were tens of thousands of kids in Europe and in Canada who were affected by this. There were gross deformities, depending on when women took it during pregnancy, but it's a very teratogenic drug and affects the development of limbs. In addition to the tens of thousands of kids who were affected, there were a lot who were never born because it caused deaths in the womb as well. But it sure raised a lot of support in the United States for people to say drugs need to be effective before you're exposed to these toxicities. And Frances Kelsey, who only recently died well into her 90s a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago, is a very famous name at FDA and actually has an asteroid that is named after her somewhere out there in the ether. But she was the medical officer, new at the time at FDA, who wouldn't allow that to go forward because she had so many concerns about potential safety. And She was the person who really inspired the 1962 Kefauver-Harris Amendment, because it gave a lot of gravitas to the question about efficacy and safety and how the two go together. So these 1962 amendments to the Act required proof of efficacy. Drug manufacturers were required to demonstrate the efficacy prior to marketing. That didn't happen for medical devices until 1976, if you can believe that, because I'm sure most people here, or many people here, might have been alive then. And it required that manufacturers were reporting adverse events to FDA. This was really the birth of the modern clinical trial, because before that, the way that things worked was doctors would introduce a drug into the market the way thalidomide was in the US, with samples that would be given out. The company would collect some information about adverse events, and then they would say, well, this looks relatively safe, and it might be approved. So food and drug regulation, I think the whole paradigm of food drug regulation is this fine line that the agency walks between regulation, policy, and science. And I think that's what Josh was talking about and getting at, is this fine line that the agency walks. So how does FDA's jurisdiction get established? And it is established in the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and all of the amendments that have happened since. And so our authority comes from Congress. All of our authorities come from Congress, and so do the limitations on our authority. But in Congress, these laws are usually very broad strokes, and they're frequently unclear because they are so broad. So what FDA does is take those laws, and then we write regulations, and those go in the Code of Federal Regulations. For FDA, it's Chapter 21 of the Code of Federal Regulations. And we write implementing regulations. So it interprets the law at a more detailed level. And this is a very extensive administrative process. And Josh was talking about how long it takes for guidances and regulations to be written. There needs to be a notice of comment in any rulemaking. So we put out a proposal in the Code of Federal Regulations and says, we want to have this regulation, this is what it's going to say, this is what our thinking is behind the regulation and how we're interpreting the law. Then there's the Paperwork Reduction Act that says the agency has a budget of how much burden we can put on the public to collect information. And the public includes industry as well as anybody else. So if you're collecting information to support your application, that has to come out of our limited budget for Paperwork Reduction Act purposes. And then there needs to be an economic analysis. So what's going to be the economic impact of this regulation on industry and the American economy? So all those things have to be done. They have to be calculated. You put it out for comment. You wait for the comments to come back, usually 60 days, 120 days, whatever the, would be justified by the complicated, the complexity of the proposal. But once those are comments are back, FDA has to address all of those comments. So that's why it takes sometimes years for a regulation to get onto the books. There's just a lot of work that needs to go into it, and a lot of thought that goes into how do we interpret the law to keep it broad enough so that circumstances that we don't foresee in the future can still be covered by these regulations. So once established, those regulations carry the force of law because they are based on the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Then FDA makes a series of regulatory decisions that are based on those laws and regulations, and those establish our regulatory policy. Those can be challenged in court, and very often they are. So there are lots of cases that are brought against FDA saying, you guys don't have the jurisdiction or the authority to require this or to require that or to take this kind of action. So the court rulings add to the case law, and then the regulations that result, sometimes there are changes to those regulations based on those court cases. Those establish the framework within which drug regulation operates on a day-to-day basis. And with luck, industry, FDA, consumers, everybody gets along and says, here are the ground rules. So FDA can't make ad hoc or one-off decisions based on how we feel about a particular matter. Decisions have to be fair and consistent, not arbitrary and capricious. They have to be made within the policy framework. And this is a very complex regulatory world. So the devil, as they say, is in the details. And working for a long time on that one. So, I think everybody at FDA realizes that you need more detailed interpretation of some of these regulations, but you need that flexibility. You try to get into the regulations that cause the confusion in the first place. And you need it to be able to evolve with science and technology as you're creating this regulatory framework. So guidance documents interpret the regulations that are interpreting the law. They're not binding, they don't have the force of law. They explain the reasoning and the general approach that FDA thinks companies or sponsors should be taking in developing a product, and they give details of how that should be done. But they're not binding. So what they tell you is the regulations say this should be the outcome. Here's what we think are the best ways to get to that outcome. But if you've got another way to do it that you think can reach the same outcome, make your argument. We're happy to, to listen to it. And even if the agency's not happy with that approach, a company can go ahead anyway. We don't have authority to require that people follow these guidances. They may come in at the end, and then FDA will say, well, we said you needed this outcome and you don't have it. But the guidance does not have the force of law. But the guidances make the policies and the technical advice that FDA develops and the thinking available to everybody, so that there's presumably a level playing field. And so before I mentioned interstate commerce, and I think this is a really important point, because the authority that FDA have is based in interstate commerce. So how does the FD&C Act define interstate commerce? It's commerce between any state or territory and any place outside thereof, and commerce within the District of Columbia or within any territory not organized by a legislative body. So it doesn't just mean from New York to New Jersey is interstate commerce. It also means from Taiwan to New York is interstate commerce. And then the law applies to components and packaging as well as to the finished product. So if a product is produced in Wyoming and then sold in Wyoming, most people would think that doesn't involve interstate commerce. But in fact, if the raw product came from Montana, went to Wyoming, and then was put together, it's interstate commerce, and FDA would have jurisdiction over it. So it's a pretty far-reaching law that tries to ensure that people around the country are protected under the provisions of the Act. So, over the years, people have charged FDA with being much too slow. It takes too long to get drugs to market. There have been a lot of efforts to try and speed access to important new therapies. And I think very successfully, fast track, breakthrough therapy, accelerated approval, and priority review have helped move things through the process more quickly. And I just wanted to go through these really quickly. If people have questions, I'm happy to talk about it. But fast track can shorten the IND, which is the investigational stage, and thus the overall development time. But it facilitates and expedites the review of drugs to treat a broad range of serious conditions and fill unmet medical needs. And it provides for a lot more consultation between FDA and the sponsor. And believe me, that can make a very big difference in development, because FDA will consult on, do we think these are the right endpoints? What's the best way to measure them? How many people do you need to have in a study of this type, depending on what disease it is, how big the population is that's affected by the disease? What kind of endpoints are you going to look at? Does FDA agree that those endpoints are valid, that they're reasonable, and how are you going to measure them? So those kind of things are very important, because if you come into FDA at the end of the process and you haven't answered these questions, FDA is going to say, we're not going to file this application because you guys didn't meet an endpoint that was meaningful. More recently has been something called breakthrough therapy. These are products that are for serious diseases where there's a substantial improvement over current therapy. And that can be something that works better, but it could also be something that's easier to take, so people are much more likely to continue on their therapy and get the benefit. It might be putting two drugs together so that instead of having to remember to take two different drugs during the day at a certain time, you can take one drug once a day. This happened a lot with HIV, and definitely improve outcome for patients. So breakthrough therapy essentially does the same thing by giving given companies a lot of consultation along the way. Accelerated approval also is something that came about through the AIDS epidemic and was something that I think came from the AIDS community itself. And it shortens the IND, or the study phase of a trial, because it can take a very long time. It can take years to see if there's a clinically meaningful outcome. It might be survival, overall survival. So for certain diseases, that can take many, many years to see if there's a difference between a control arm and the test arm. What the AIDS activists were onto was, why not look at surrogate markers that can predict an outcome even if they themselves are not indicative of the outcome? So FDA adopted that with HIV, and we started looking at viral load and CD4 counts, because those were starting to become validated as indicators of how long people would survive. The problem that people in the HIV community saw was FDA was waiting for people to die in order to show that this drug worked. So why, if you can predict it, would you wait until those people died? If the drug is showing promise, give it to everybody who's in the trial. And that made a lot of sense. So accelerated approval has been used quite a bit. It's very common in viral diseases, also in cancer and in other areas. And I think a sort of a triumph is that in HIV, there had been a 24-week viral load CD4 cell standard. And once you showed that, the drug hit the market, but the sponsor was required to continue for another 24 weeks, so 48 weeks of total data. FDA found that in every single case, the 48-week data showed a durable viral suppression. So the agency said, why don't we just accept the 24-week viral suppression as the endpoint? So it's not even accelerated approval anymore. It's full-scale approval. And priority review is after the IND, or the study clinical trial phase, a product comes to FDA, and I'll talk a little bit about this in an upcoming slide, but the priority review can shorten the time of FDA's review of the clinical data. And it does that by focusing priority and resources on that review, of allowing rolling reviews to come in, so that as the sponsor develops their data, they send it into FDA, not waiting until the full package is put together. And the whole process can start rolling as the trial is ongoing. So under the PDUFA regulations, or the PDUFA laws, FDA has a standard review time of 10 months as a goal for action on an application, but a priority review is 6 months. And it directs attention and resources to the evaluation of applications. And I think it's applicable where you have a significant change in effectiveness, diagnosis, prevention, serious illnesses, compared to standard applications. And it can be used in a number of different settings, including increased effectiveness, prevention, diagnosis, elimination or substantial reduction of treatment-limited drug reaction, documented enhancement of patient compliance, again, making it easier or more efficient to take a drug, and evidence of safety and effectiveness in a new subpopulation. So that might be going from an adult population, for example, to a pediatric population. And I think that these are, they were intended to make therapeutically important drugs available sooner without, this is what I think is the important part, without compromising the standards for safety and effectiveness of drugs for patients with serious illnesses. And that's what Josh was talking about before, that all of the activities at FDA, when you're looking at how can you speed these processes up, you don't want to compromise what is really the core issue, which is the safety and effectiveness. So you want to make sure that those studies are still valid, that they're well controlled, that they're of a size, and with endpoints that you can really analyze and come up with safety and effectiveness data. So safety is the risks are managed related to the drug, because none of the drugs are without any risk. All drugs have some kind of side effect related to them. The quality is assured from batch to batch and for each drug that comes out of the line. The advertising is appropriate, that they're not making unrealistic claims that were not shown in the clinical trial. And the advertising is determined by the label, and the label is based on the clinical trial outcome. and that information is available, and that is the label. So people know, how do I use the drug? What's the proper dosing? What are the potential side effects? What should I be looking for? Are there ways to mitigate those side effects? On the effectiveness side, were drugs studied with proper endpoints and adhering to proper standards for clinical trials? Did they demonstrate an effect for the intended use in the intended population? So when you look at a label, it'll say, this is approved for use in adults from this age to that age. That's because that's who it was tested in. So that's the only place that FDA has real evidence that the drug works the way it was intended. And so the label also determines how it will be advertised, and so they can't say, you can use this in children. And it also guarantees that the quality of the drug will be maintained on a manufacturing level. So what does safety and effectiveness really mean? Because I think there are new paradigms, and this question keeps on moving. And one of the things that patient-focused drug development is trying to get at is, how much does the public feel, or how does the public feel about risk? The agency has been accused of being very paternalistic because the agency is determining how much risk patients are willing to accept. How much risk are patients willing to tolerate in return for a particular benefit? So you need to figure out, well, what are the benefits, what are the potential risks, and how are you going to balance that? And do user actions raise the level of risk? How people use the drug, at what stage of disease, all that is going to change how much tolerance people have for risk, and whether or not they use them according to the label is going to change the ratio of risk that they have related to the use of the drug. How are you going to let people know that at an early stage of disease where people don't want to accept that level of toxicity, that here's the level of toxicity, but people at the other end of a spectrum of disease might be very willing to accept the risks that are available or that are inherent in the product, because they're going to get a benefit which for them is worth a lot more. So there are sometimes labeling approaches to REMS, and sometimes when a drug is particularly toxic, there might be limitations on who can get it, the chain of availability through pharmacists, through doctors. There's a whole range of ways that FDA is trying to control the flow of the drug to patients so that people understand what the risks are and can make their decisions based on that. So patient-focused drug development is one of those ways that the agency has been trying to do that. This was under PDUFA 5, and it aimed to systematically gather perspectives on people's conditions. What drugs are they using? What kind of benefits are they getting? So what are they willing to accept in exchange for a particular benefit? And so I think one of the things that's important about this is FDA operates on evidence-based medicine and clinical trials. You get very fixed data. So you know where it is on the meter, on the meter of safety and effectiveness. But what are people willing to accept? That's the judgment value that shows at what point in that needle flow are people willing to accept this amount of benefit and this amount of risk. So the patient-focused drug development gives FDA at least some feedback and input from what's important to people in terms of the clinical outcome and what risk they are willing to tolerate. I think that the benefit of the patient-focused drug development and programs like it is really down the line, because this information is coming into FDA. There's already clinical trials in play. Those are not going to change. But based on the outcome of these discussions, the FDA is there and industry is in the room with all these patients listening to this information. Everybody's very much aware of what it is that's important as an outcome for patients. And for industry, that's marketing benefit. For FDA, it's safety and effectiveness benefit. And I think everybody's going to start talking as clinical trials start to come up now about these are the endpoints that are really important to people. So investigational drugs, I just want to mention that every drug that's investigational in the United States, before it can be entered into a human being, it needs to go have oversight by FDA and go through what's called an investigational new drug application. And this is an exemption from the prohibition in the Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act that an unapproved drug cannot travel in interstate commerce. but you need to be able to ship your drug in interstate commerce in order to study it. So there's an exemption from that rule, and that's the investigational new drug application exemption. We get about 1,800 new INDs a year, and these applications stay on file for a long time. So I think right now we've got about 12,000 current active INDs, and about 5,000 reviews or actions on INDs are taken every year. So that is a lot of work. The investigational new drug application is a requirement that a sponsor has to submit. What's the chemical composition, what animal drugs have been done, what were the outcomes, so you know how safe is it, what should you be looking for in terms of toxicity, how should you dose it, how much were animals in 2 different species able to tolerate before having toxic outcomes. How would you assure the safety, what kind of range of possible doses are you going to be using in your trial, what are you trying to show, what's the outcome and the effectiveness measure. How long should a clinical trial be? Because you need to get some sort of long-term outcome if you're going to be taking drugs for chronic illness, for example. So you don't want to run a 6-week study for something that people are going to be taking possibly for years or decades. What will you compare the drug to, and what study endpoints? And I think that's really important because you've got to compare the drug to something to tell whether or not it has a comparative effectiveness. So there are placebo-controlled trials, but those are actually a lot more rare than people think. And most drugs are compared to existing standards of care to show whether or not a new drug adds something or improves the outcome. And there are multiple points of interface between FDA and the industry sponsor. Every clinical trial is addressed in detail at the review divisions at FDA. People look for careful, well-designed trials in the development program that are going to lead to a positive outcome. And the goal is always to establish a safety profile and determine what the efficacy is. So what's so important there is what are the endpoints that are going to demonstrate that efficacy, and how much risk is tolerable to be balanced against those potential benefits. So in the new drug application area, we get about 200 to 300 new applications a year. Not all of them are for brand new drugs. Some of them are for uses that are for drugs that are already marketed, but they might be for new uses, new indications, new populations, like I said, with pediatrics, for example. So there's about an average of 25 to 30 new drugs that are approved every year at FDA, and about 250 to 350 generic drugs. Those are approved under a slightly different system. That's an ANDA, or an abbreviated new drug application, but there's a lot of work related to that. And I just quickly wasn't sure how interested people were in the process, but generally you have animal studies before you go into humans. You have an institutional review board that's required to review a study to make sure it's ethical and scientifically sound before it goes to FDA and is conducted. Phase 1 trials, people think those are safety studies. Those are very basic safety studies when you're looking at how is the drug metabolized, how is it excreted, and what's the toxicity. And so it's used basically to figure out the dose. Phase 2 includes more people, still a relatively small number, but you're looking more now at the safety, now that you've got an established dose, and see if there is some efficacy to be seen in the phase 2 study before moving to phase 3. And generally, at the beginnings and ends of these meetings, sponsors come in and they meet with FDA to make sure that everything is on track and that things are moving in the right direction and there's nothing wrong with the trial. Phase 3 are the much larger trials, so they can include hundreds of people, they can include thousands of people or tens of thousands of people, and they can go on for months, they can go on for years, depending on the trial. So the darker lines are really the places where FDA gets involved in the development process. All the white background is essentially happening at the sponsor. But one of the other points that I wanted to make is that FDA continues after marketing to follow the drug. And on this, I included expanded access treatment INDs. These are ways for people to get access to an investigational drug outside of the clinical trial if they're not eligible for the trial. So that can happen at different points along the way. and also tried to show where a fast track and priority review would come in. And who does the work of reviewing this? This is the primary review teams are the people at the review division level. There are physicians, chemists, pharmacologists, toxicologists, statisticians, microbiologists, clinical pharmacologists, safety experts, plant inspectors, and other people who are looking at different aspects of the application and the study to make sure that things are accurate, that they're meaningful. They analyze the IND reviews. I mean, they review the IND for the clinical trial. They also look at the NDA, make sure that the study was applicable to what people were showing as an outcome. And they answer questions about, is it reasonably safe to study the investigational drug in humans when you're looking at the IND phase? Was the drug shown to be safe and effective for its proposed use, and do the benefits actually outweigh the risk of the drug? Is proposed labeling appropriate, and should it contain additional information to give people warnings about potential toxicities? And also look at to make sure manufacturing and quality controls are in place. And I think FDA is unique in the world in that FDA reviews the raw data. Most countries use data that's submitted by the company after they do the analysis. FDA looks at the raw data to validate and verify that data. And FDA also often seeks public advisory input. And that is an opportunity for everybody to come to this meeting and see what the process is. And I think this is the most transparent part of the process, because it's usually the only place that people get an opportunity to see the data and understand the calculations that went into the drug approval. But, and it's also an opportunity for the public to speak at the open public meeting and give their input to the decision-making process. But the ultimate decision is made by FDA. And finally, once on the market, FDA still maintains oversight. There is adverse event reporting. The company is required by law to submit at least annually their adverse event reports. There's a voluntary MedWatch reporting system that doctors and patients can use to submit data to FDA about adverse events. FDA is piloting a Sentinel program to try and collect safety data from databases such as insurance companies who collect information about the interrelationship of the use of drugs and side effects. And FDA monitors the marketing and advertising and manufacturing and enforcement. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, I'm very happy to entertain. And I see my evil twin is looking at his watch, so I must be over. Yes? Okay.
Two questions, actually. One's kind of quirky. I'm always intrigued with the fact that FDA is kind of schism between food and drugs. Does your office handle food side too?
Not to a great extent. I mean, you know, we do. We have a. Steve is going to talk about communication that we have in the office. We definitely keep up with what's going on there and letting people know about it. We have a patient newsletter that goes out, and so we talk about food issues. Excuse me, especially things like the Food Safety Initiative. But we're much more involved in drugs and devices and biologics.
The second one is, I think, for the interest of all the patient groups, because FDA, as Dr. Sharfstein said, sometimes it's like a black box. Do you keep a kind of inventory or alerts of what opportunities are available for patients or patient groups to be involved in different platforms?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that question. Steve Morin is going to talk about that later, but he spends a lot of time combing through the Federal Register, which is the daily newspaper of the federal government. He looks for all the opportunities for public input that are of interest to patients, and he posts it on a pretty much daily basis on the FDA website. And then in the biweekly newsletter that we put out, that is linked to the website to allow people to look at what's open for comment in the Federal Register and what public meetings are coming up where people are encouraged to come in and give their opinions and thoughts to FDA. And there was a question here. Yes.
Hi, I'm Audrey Love from SWHR. Thank you so much for your presentation, by the way. It was really helpful.
Oh, good.
My question
Well, it's mostly based on what the indication is, and if it's an indication where there's an unmet medical need or the sponsor can justify the fact that this is an improvement over an existing drug that is sort of meeting an unmet medical need, which might be ease of use, lower toxicity, more adherence to the regimen. But percentage-wise, I would say, I don't think I know what the percentage would be. I would say in certain areas like cancer, HIV, hepatitis, really severe and serious illnesses and life-threatening illnesses, the proportion would be very high. But in things where you've got a lot of drugs on the market, blood pressure, things like that, headache, I would say it's got to be considerably lower. Yeah.
I have a two-part question. The first one has to do with drugs that are already used outside the U.S. For example, if they're already approved and they're being used in Europe, and then the manufacturer comes to FDA to get approval for use in the U.S., is all of that work and fact that the drug is already being used in other countries, does that come into play in FDA's approval? And then I have a second question that has to do with off-label use.
Okay, so for that first question, you might know that there's the, what is it called? It's the International Harmonization Committee. So Europe, Japan, US, I don't know if Australia is involved in that, Canada, and Japan. I thought I mentioned Japan, but they're looking for ways to harmonize what the standards are, what are the requirements for approval. And for the most part, if a company comes in with foreign data, as long as it meets certain standards, which are generally the ethical conduct standards and quality of the clinical trial, and auditability, the agency needs to be able to go and audit the records for the trial. The agency accepts foreign generated data. But simply being approved in another country is not enough of an argument, if you will. There are a lot of different regulatory models in different countries, and in Europe you can have products for rare diseases. I think it's called special circumstances or something, where you don't really have to show safety and efficacy, but if there's an unmet medical need for rare disease, a drug can go on the market. We don't have that here. There still needs to be a demonstration that the drug is safe and effective. So, I think in Europe it's kind of a conditional approval, but, so things can meet market requirements in other countries that don't meet the standard for safety and effectiveness here.
And then the second question had to do with off-label use. And if a product's been used off-label for another therapy for many years, I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the advantage of the manufacturer from going back to FDA and starting the whole process over with getting approval for what is now that off-label use. And I'm just wondering, I'm in the infertility space, and so much of what happens in an IVF cycle is off-label use of medications. There's really only a couple of drugs that are actually approved for that. And the question always is there an advantage to the manufacturer? Because sometimes we think they're never going to go and take all that time to get FDA approval, just keep prescribing it off-label.
In my opinion, there are two advantages, and one is you can only promote your product based on what's in the label. So if you don't have an indication in the label, you can't promote it for that use, and you can't advertise it and say, this drug works for this. Okay. And that's a big advantage, to be able to advertise for your product for that particular use. And the other thing would be the fact that reimbursement. A lot of insurance companies and other third-party payers won't reimburse for a use that's off-label because it hasn't been shown to be safe and effective, at least not officially and sanctioned by a label. So I think both of them are related to the labeled indication, but those are the two advantages that I would see. But a lot of companies, people are using it, there's income coming in from it, and it would cost a lot of money to go ahead and do that. But I think also in some cases, you have a lot of evidence already that you can place toward your application. So it might be less intensive than taking a drug that's never been used for this use. Are there other questions?
I
Yes.
just want to sort of lead into the next panel.
Okay.
So you've been with the agency since 1970s?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Started when you were 4.
Well, I was 5, but.
So we move into the next speaker, which is, the topic is on FDA and innovation. So given the time you've been with the agency, if you could choose one area of innovation that you feel like has advanced either the FDA or the work of the FDA forward since you've been there, what would that be?
I would say, without having a lot of time to really cogitate over it, I'd probably say accelerated approval. I think it made a tremendous difference. I think it was based in so much logic. I think it came about as a result pretty much of public pressure and input. And I think it really sort of laid the groundwork for a lot of other innovation to come from that kind of source, because people realized, here's people who have a really intense need, and they're so invested in it. They're thinking outside the box, and this was a terrific idea. So I think it kind of led the way to a lot of other innovation, and I think it opened the door to a lot of patient input, given the credibility of what people have to say based on their own needs. And with that, I thank you very much.
You got it up there. You got control.
Hello, everyone. I'll go ahead and give my introduction while we're getting the slides together. My name is Andrea Lowe. I'm from Society for Women's Health Research, and I'm excited to be here today to introduce Dr. Susan Wood, who will talk to us about FDA and innovation. She is the Associate Professor at George Washington University's School of Public Health and Health Services, as well as the Director at the Jacobs Institute of Women's Health. In addition, she's had a very long, prestigious career working for federal agencies, as well as supporting women's health, including serving as the Assistant Commissioner for Women's Health at the FDA, which included directing the FDA Office of Women's Health from 2000 to 2005. And are we? Oh, okay. So thank you, and Dr. Wood will be up in a second.
Sorry if my slides got there like the last second with me. Go to date modified. Come on, it shouldn't take that long. All right, let's try another way.
It's still mine.
This one, come in. Thanks very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you and to have discussion about how FDA actually does serve and protect public health. And I've been asked to speak about innovation, and I'm not really expert in innovation per se, but I think my take-home message throughout this is that innovation is good, but the mission of safety and efficacy to make sure that the innovation actually benefits patients and benefits our public health is a central part of what any kind of innovation we do. Speed is not always better unless we come forward with a product that actually works and is, again, safe and effective. And I'm sure you've heard a lot about, I'm going to do a little bit of FDA. You just had FDA 101, and I'll skim quickly through my sort of FDA 101 type of slides, because I think it's always important to hear and learn about sort of the perspective on FDA's role in different ways. And because I come from the point of view of looking at sex and gender differences in safety and efficacy of medical products, looking at women's health, there's a bit of the history of FDA that is intimately tied in with that, because it turns out that FDA's establishment and change in law and policy over the decades has been unfortunately, often tied to tragedies in safety related to women's health. So I'll talk a bit about that as well. And then talk a little bit about some of the ways we have to make sure we examine any kind of policies going forward, whether it's 21st century cures or anything else, in terms of making sure we don't lose the data that helps us actually assess safety and efficacy across sex, race, ethnicity, age, and so forth. So we're going to try and use this. Okay, great. So I come from George Washington University, just a few miles down the road. That's sort of a fuzzy image of our relatively new School of Public Health building. Those of you interested in public health, it's actually got a lot going on there. And as you've already heard, I think FDA is always, you have to consider it as a place where law, science, and other things sort of intersect. It is not a research agency. It is an agency based on the laws passed by Congress. It can do no more or no less than the authority granted it by Congress. So don't expect it to do things that it doesn't have the legal authority to do, which most people think it can do this or that, and sometimes it just can't as an agency. It also is required under the law to make its decisions based on science. And this is done through both internal evaluation, as you've probably heard by the reviewers, and external evaluation, sometimes by advisory committees, and certainly by public input. And then it's also influenced by its mission to protect the public health. And this can be, considered, perhaps a gray area, but it does have a strong public health mission. And we have to actually protect it from politics coming in and influencing decision making. You don't make decisions at FDA because it will create new jobs in somebody's congressional district or state, the way you might decide to put a road in. You make the decisions for FDA based on the science and the data presented to the FDA. Again, not just, it has to actually come to the FDA for decisions. So it does have this very strong public health mission to ensure that products are safe and effective and that they comply with all the laws. And as you probably heard, it is responsible for over a quarter of the consumer dollars and now includes tobacco with the new Center for Tobacco Products. The types of public health activities are broad, and again, you've probably heard about this in the previous presentations, but it's not just reviewing and approving new drugs. That's a big piece of its job, but it has to look at manufacturing, it has to do field inspections, it has to have oversight as much as it can over drug advertising, it has to recall defective products, it has all of these other public health activities in terms of managing drug shortages, information for the public, and so forth. So it's got a huge and broad mission and responsibility, and it's both broad and deep. There are some things it doesn't do. It does, as was mentioned earlier about off-label marketing, it does not regulate the practice of medicine. What it regulates is drug company or medical product marketing, not the practice of medicine by physicians or other clinicians. So that's handled at the state level or by professional boards, professional associations, and so forth. So it has its very defined roles, but it's huge. And I'll say right here and now, it doesn't have the resources it needs. FDA folk can't say that. I'll say it. It needs more money, and not necessarily in user fees, but in actual direct taxpayer dollars. It is a part of the executive branch. It has a very large staff. Most of them are indeed scientifically trained. Many physicians, other clinicians, chemists, statisticians, other scientifically trained folk who manage the whole process, do the inspections and so forth. And it's regulating a huge part of the economy. It does work under these laws I mentioned, multiple versions of different laws. We have the FD&C Act, we have the Public Health Services Act, and then it's interpreted, and we also have the user fee laws, PDUFA, MDUFA, GDUFA, all the user fee laws, right? And then, of course, all of these are interpreted in regulation and guidance put out by the agency. They have this, they came about because the idea was to minimize risk to subjects and to maximize, for products that are approved, efficacy versus any kind of safety or risk. And so these have to be determined sort of, again, first by protecting subjects. That's why we also have the staged early approach. And then when you're actually, we don't want to be testing things that are actually toxic. They have to have been tested in animals first and before you put them into people. And then once you have it into people, you need to start developing the data that shows the safety and efficacy balance. That risk-benefit balance is one that is worth putting this product on the market. And as I pointed out, a lot of, oftentimes that legal change came about due to some tragedy or impact on women, women's health, or reproductive health. If we look back at the history of the FDA, it used to be part of the agriculture department, and it was about adulterated foods and drugs. This was children's health that led to sort of the adulterated foods and patent medicines that were out there on the product, and it was about labeling what was in it, what is actually there. Is it mostly alcohol, which a lot of tonics were, and so that but it didn't have really sort of any kind of enforcement, and there was no safety testing required at all. Now, by the time we get to 1938, we had another child's health disaster. This was sulfanilamide, which was one of the first highly effective antibiotics, a real game changer. But it was put in, was to make it by a pharmacist to make it palatable for children. They put it in some sweet-tasting syrup. Well, that sweet-tasting syrup happened to be diethylene glycol, which is highly toxic. And it killed kids, mostly kids, because there had been no pre-market safety requirements. I believe the pharmacist indeed committed suicide. I mean, this was a terrible tragedy, but it led to the FD&C Act requiring pre-market safety testing, shifting the burden to the manufacturer. Not let the buyer beware, but now the manufacturer has to show some safety, and you still can't have misleading statements. But there still was no risk-benefit assessment, so it was still sort of very vague and very limited in the ability to enforce this. We then jump all the way to 1962, which is the thalidomide disaster. And this really started getting into women's reproductive health, where we had severe fetal abnormalities for children born who were exposed to thalidomide in utero. This was approved in Europe, and it then was under application to the United States. It was blocked by Dr. Frances Kelsey, a true hero and brilliant woman who just recently passed away this past summer, who actually was her. Lots of good stories here. She came to Washington as an MD PhD with her husband, who I believe worked at NIH, and she couldn't get a job being a female MD PhD, so she took this job with this then quite small federal agency known as the FDA. Her first portfolio, her first application she was given was supposed to be an easy one, and it was thalidomide. And so she started looking at it, and she was an outstanding scientist and physician, and she looked at the data and thought, this is, what was submitted, and she just thought it was completely inadequate, and began to ask questions, asking for more information, insisting on more information. She was accused by the company of bureaucratic slowdown, terrible, it's approved already in Europe, why can't we have it here, this is a lovely product. During that delay, FDA was, this product, thalidomide, was shown to have these devastating impacts. And so only a few children were born in the United States with deformities caused by thalidomide, and she herself was then given a presidential medal by President Kennedy up on Cape Cod. This story broke the way they often, and change happened the way it still happens today. So we can learn a lesson from that. The Washington Post ran a big story about, FDA doctor prevents, disasters in children. And that front page story led to all of a sudden Congress taking up legislation which had been sort of hanging about for a while, and the President Kennedy, all of a sudden becoming a bit more interested in passage of what are known as the Kefauver-Harris amendments of the FD&C. And those amendments really began to require safety and effectiveness testing, put into this risk-benefit balance requirement. You had to characterize your drug, and that required labeling for the intended use. So a few more teeth got added to FDA's authority in 1962 because of this pregnancy-related product that had such devastating effects on the offspring when exposed. Another disaster occurred which led to regulation of devices. This was the Dalcon Shield. This was one of the early IUDs prior to in the 60s and 70s. There were actually quite a number of IUDs on the market, like 20, lots and lots. They were just manufactured and sold and marketed, and FDA had no regulation of medical devices. But this particular product had a very bad design. It had a sort of a string that kind of wicked in possible contamination into the uterus, leading to infection, pelvic inflammatory disease, and some deaths. And so this led to passage only in 1976, still not that long ago, the first regulation of medical devices. And so this, has, and it has different laws and standards for medical devices, but it wouldn't have really happened if it hadn't been for the Dalcon Shield disaster. Now, again, you probably have heard of this, so I'm going to swing right past it about the approval process. The fact that it is reviewed by a multidisciplinary team at FDA. Again, this is the type of staff that FDA have working on products, and they actually look at the primary data. As was mentioned, in Europe, the reviewers there don't have the ability and the capacity and the resources to actually look at primary data. They look only at the summary of data presented to them by the sponsor. So whereas why FDA is the gold standard in the world is because it does take bring the expertise and the resources to bear to actually review the primary data, as well as assess it for validity and look at the chemistry and so forth and so on. So there is a reason why FDA is the gold standard internationally. We have this drug development process, which again, I'm sure you've heard all about, all the different points where FDA comes in. A lot of this, all this white space is where the sponsors are doing their work. And the FDA comes in at the beginning with the first IND, and then looks at it again when the data is being reviewed. Of course, having lots of conversations with the sponsors about the requirements and recommendations in the meanwhile. Okay, again, we have these phases, which I am not going to talk about. Two things I want to point out, though, and this gets into sort of my thesis that we have to make sure that the data is enough to really assess safety and efficacy. So any of these expedited or fast-tracked or any new processes, we really have to make sure they still hit a standard that's going to make sure we get safe and effective products available to patients. So in 1977, in part to some very understandable concerns of the thalidomide disaster, the Dalcon Shield disaster. I didn't mention the DES, diethylstilbestrol disaster, causing cancer 20 years later in daughters exposed to DES in utero. These things made researchers really quite nervous about women. Women are weird. They might get pregnant. Oh my God, terrible things might happen. Before thalidomide, actually, it was thought that the placenta served as a barrier to any kind of toxins, the same way there's a blood-brain barrier. And so, it didn't matter what you ate, drank, or smoked. It was going to protect the developing fetus, and the children would be fine. Thalidomide kind of threw that on its head. It crossed the placenta, caused terrible deformities, similarly to DES. These are things that made the research community, which was burgeoning, just really kicking off in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. NIH's growth, more research, more investment in the medical system. This really kicked off right at the time when people were really nervous about women. So FDA established a policy that said, no, women of childbearing potential should not be in the early studies. That would be the phase 1 or early phase 2 studies, when safety and toxicity are established and when early dosing levels are established. Now, they could be in the later patient studies, in the later phase 2 and phase 3 studies, if not excluded for other reasons, like age for cardiovascular disease. They could still be in them, but the dosing and early toxicity would not have been studied in women at all. And that bled over to studies funded by the NIH. It was not just FDA-regulated trials. It took took another 15 or so years before this changed. There was a lot of history in the middle, which I'm leaving out. But only in 1993 did FDA follow the NIH policy to say, yes, we do think it is safe to include and important to include women in clinical research studies at all phases. We're going to collect them. We want to collect and analyze data by sex differences, and we know that we can reduce the risk of fetal exposure through the proper protocol design, right? You can do pregnancy testing. You can ensure there's good contraceptive use. These are usually short studies, a week, 2 weeks, sometimes a little longer, but these early phases, phase 1 and early phase 2, are not necessarily long studies. So these things can be managed. And with good informed consent, you can ensure that we're not dealing with the risk of a fetal exposure. Of course, now, when the product gets out there in the real world, there will be fetal exposure, but that's another discussion of what we know and don't know about pregnant women. In any case, in 1993, FDA did change its policy, and it was following the NIH change in policy in 1990. Now, but we jump forward to today, where we know, for example, that cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer of women in the United States. Yet, in a study done by ARC, they looked at mixed-sex cardiovascular disease trials. Only a third of them were women, and only a quarter of them reported their outcome by sex. So there's issues of including women and people of different races and ethnicities, and women of different races and ethnicities in the studies. And then there's the question of, do we analyze the data to look for it, to look for those differences? And indeed, the GAO had done an investigation back in 2001, which showed 8 of 10 drugs withdrawn from the market by the companies in response to safety concerns were due to a disproportionate effect on women. Either they were more often used in women, many diet products, for example, and therefore their adverse events showed up more often, or they actually had higher risks for women, no matter even if they were taking these products in the same amounts. And these were products that were taken off the market. 8 of the 10 that had left the market in the previous decade. So there is some real issues around safety and efficacy that need to be considered, looking just at sex differences. Turns out that in this study, they went and looked at, again by ARC, trying to do a review of the literature, and they found that they had to exclude 65% of all the papers they had found because the analysis didn't differentiate between men and women. And if we look over the last 20-odd years, where these high bars here are the studies that did not include any data on women that were published in the literature, and here are the ones that did have data on women. You see, we had a huge increase in research on cardiovascular disease, but we've had no change, really, in how much that data is being analyzed for sex differences. And this is sort of this ending in 2011, starting in 1990. So we see this huge bolus of research that these are all mixed sex. They did include women, but no one's analyzing it, right? I think that's a problem. So working with a number of folks in Boston at the Connors Center for Women's Health and Gender Biology and Kaiser Family Foundation and others, they held a summit and pulled together some strategies of what we need to be doing to make sure that we actually get data on sex differences and actually across demographic variables. Age, for example, many studies are done in younger populations, even though the product will be used in older populations, as well as race and ethnicity. And so we really need to have this action plan, starting with holding the agencies accountable. And again, these are agencies other than FDA, except we do think FDA must require adequate inclusion of women and meaningful analysis of data by sex differences and by sex crossed with race. I think we don't know about, I don't know, Asian women and their response to medications for HPV, or whether there are, getting that sex crossed by race is just really, really hard, and we have to keep pushing on it. For example, if as with pediatrics, there's labeling. If you don't have data on women or by race, ethnicity, then we need to put something on the label. I mean, this is very simplified, of course, but warning, safety and efficacy in women has not been established. If we can't get them, maybe that would be a motivation to go and get that data if your labeling had to say the data, it just isn't there. For example, we have a nutrition facts label, right? This is it's changing as we speak, I think. But we could have something similar for, again, labeling of a product that provides at least transparency to the fact of how many women were included, how many minorities participated, and of what type, and whether that data had been stratified by sex, and whether that was made any difference, whether that was presented to people. In 2012, with passage of the FDASIA, this is a version of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, a few years back, there was a section of it, Section 907, which directed the FDA to publish and provide Congress a report that would address the extent to which clinical trial participation and the inclusion of safety and efficacy data by demographic subgroups, sex, age, race, and ethnicity is included into those applications submitted to the FDA. Indeed, FDA issued such a report about a year and a half later, in August of 14, and established an action plan. They reported on the problem in 13, and then in 14 came out with an action plan. And that action plan, one of the things I want to identify this for you, because it's a really useful tool, and it's something that you guys might want to go look at someday, drug trial snapshots. So what it is for newly approved drugs, like only in the last year or two. They're not going back, and they're only looking at the later phases of the studies. I pulled the first drug on the list. It's a website you can go to, FDA Drug Snapshots, and it looks and it answers the questions and gives you some graphs on the drug and who was in their studies and what do we know about the differences. And I honestly just picked the first one. I didn't try and select anything in particular. So here, for this drug, were there any differences on how well it worked? Well, the studies that looked at the benefits were too small to determine if there were differences in sex, race, and age subgroups. So that was for efficacy, the benefits. Could we see anything? Well, the studies were actually too small. We can't tell. What about possible side effects? Well, the most common side effects were vomiting and nausea. There were some allergic reactions, and so forth in general. Well, were there any differences in the side effects among sex, race, and age? And so they said the subgroup analyses were conducted, and for side effects, it was similar in men and women, so points there for being able to have at least enough women in there and adverse events to be able to study that. The number of patients in the non-white subgroup, however, was limited, therefore differences among race could not be detected. And if we look at age, so for patients 65 and older was also limited, and therefore response above and below 65 years of age could not be determined. So they could do it on sex for adverse events only, not for benefits. Anything else they couldn't tell you, whether it worked differently or exactly the same between subpopulations. So that gets important because medications are often taken by people over 65, a lot of them, and amongst other younger patients, there's the same diversity as we have in the general population. So here's a sampling of the charts they provide again for this first drug, and we can see here they had 26% women, and so that was enough to look at adverse events, but not enough for benefits. They had nearly 60% white, nearly 30% Asian, 1 African American, come on, 1 American Indian or Alaska Native, and other unknown. We don't know. They didn't report. The data was not reported. If we look at the age, where we had, these are all the folks between 18 and 64, right? And then here are the folks 64 and 74 in red, and in green, the over 75s. So again, not enough to tell if there's a difference between these older populations and this large younger population. So I think it's, again, and also in many of these studies, any other sort of comorbidities, any other conditions they might have, high blood, they might been ruled out. So these were patients who probably did not have as many other health problems as you might find in the general population, and it's part of the reason why elderly people are not always in there, because they often have other complicating health problems. So I want to point out a piece of legislation, the Research for All Act. This is being sponsored by Representative Cooper in the House. And this is actually trying to put in some requirements for FDA to ensure that products actually are studied in a wide variety of folks, by age, by sex, by race, ethnicity, and that there's a real need for this research. And the act, as sort of described, is it focuses on both NIH and FDA. And I think as we consider any new the biggest concern I have with expedited pathways and smaller, faster studies is that you are never going to have information on whether there are sex differences or differences by race, ethnicity, or by age in the product that's being sold. And we really need to know that information. For the more critical, pathways to have access to experimental products need to be expanded as experimental products, but not as approved products. Because once they're approved, as was mentioned earlier, the company may never come back with new data on safety and efficacy in a broad range of populations. But instead, we need access to products during the experimental phase, compassionate use, other expanded access pathways seem to be a very appropriate way to both be able to collect data and give access to patients, but not on the approval side. Once they're approved, we may never hear anything more about it until it's out there being marketed heavily to the entire population, not just the population that had been studied. So we need to strengthen FDA's ability to have oversight and make sure that any type of legislation focusing on further expediting pathways includes language that says, yes, you can have some priority, but you need to make sure you have this data at the same time. And I think I'm going to stop there. Any questions, comments?
So I have a question about your last slide. And so when you think about personalized medicine, which is I think what you're talking about, right? And you established some of the early phases of personalized medicine, which is just gender and race differences. So when you think about this, the Research for All Act in particular, do you see it? And I see one of your slides talks about speeding new drugs to market. Could you just sort of talk through that a little bit? Because if it's one of those situations where more data leads to more time in collecting the data, does that in fact potentially slow an innovative product that may be beneficial?
Well, I think we have to start back at the very design phase. It's not that you need to double your studies necessarily. You may need to increase the population a bit, but if you had just taken the populations, let's back up a bit here, If you'd had more women in this study, you'd have been able to assess better differences. If you'd had more older people in your study, you would have been able to do that. If you'd had different races and ethnicities in larger numbers, you might have been able to pull out some of the data using some of the same numbers and even, I mean, you're not going to be able to shrink it down to 5-person studies or 10-person studies. You know, approving things early as opposed to allowing access to things early, which are, you know, different pathways. Some of the things, you know, it is to some degree not going to allow you to have the fastest, smallest studies to reach approval. And I would say that that's appropriate. We should have studies that are large enough and long enough to actually get the data we need. And faster without that data is not necessarily better.
Thanks, Susan. It's great to hear from you. And for the record, Susan was my first mentor in my career.
And now Libby tells me what to do.
She wrote the Women's Health Equity Act. I think both from your days on the Hill and your days inside the agency and now in academia, you know, I'd love what you would see as your top pieces of advice for advocates on how they can be smarter, more effective, particularly with organizations that may not have the resources that some of the industry has, to really navigate the agencies and the Hill. And you know, it's an open-ended question, but if you really could get them in a room and say, these are the things you really got to keep in mind as you look to PDUFA 6 or the. You know,
we're going to have legislation before PDUFA 6, perhaps. Yeah. Well, it's a good question. I think there's both individual patients and patient organizations. We're looking at it from the patient perspective. I think the patients and patient organizations need to think of themselves not just as patients with a particular condition, but as consumers of medical products. And so these things are not contradictory at all. And sometimes we hear that there's a conflict between the consumer groups and the patient groups. And first of all, I'd say that there is no conflict, really. That I think everyone wants to make sure that there are products that are safe and effective. So keep having that collaborative mindset and thinking about the big picture as well as the specific picture of your particular health condition or patient organization. Coming to the agency when advocating, I mean, obviously with Congress, just be careful what you wish for. You know, going in and making sweeping changes in legislation, the devil is in the details of the bill. And so, for example, 21st Century Cures, as written, has a lot of devils in it. And if there's some great stuff in it for NIH, it's no accident that some of those devils are in there. The language is written and you know, come in, and if you aren't going to be reading the bill because God knows it's a bear, then make sure that somebody is, because there are things that are absolutely poison pills in there that need to be fixed, and it lowers the standards of FDA approvals, not just in fast or smaller, but in just like, oh, you can lower the scientific standard to the floor if you want to, FDA. I mean, FDA will say it's not going to do that, but now if they got the authority to do that, the pressure would be on to lower the standard. So I think there are many things to watch, so having people who really look at those details, because it's really important. I think the other piece is that FDA is made up of people. So if you're talking to folks at the FDA, remember it's not just this thing, you know, the FDA. It's made up of people who care and who are very mission driven and who want to do the best things, but are sometimes restricted and limited by what they can do. And so acknowledge that, try to, you know, again, you can try to fix the things that can be fixed, but be careful, again, what you wish for. So it's sort of a big balance there. And finally, you know, pay attention to what are the interests of the public health and your health, and not just the interests of the manufacturers, because they have business interests. It's totally rational. I totally get it. But their interest may or may not be actually to get patients access to their medication before it's approved, because their motivation is to get it on the market where they can sell it to you and bill your insurance company. So think about it carefully when you look at expedited pathways, when in fact the battle, in my view, should be on broader access, and FDA has started to make it much more simpler from the FDA end. It's not FDA's being the barrier here. That expanded access to experimental products is a very reasonable way to get patient access while we still don't know if it really works or if it has very high risks. That, to me, is a more productive approach to ensuring access to patients. And I think you already know, I mean, human stories are the way to have an impact, and patient groups certainly are very skilled at bringing those human stories forward.
Hi, I have a question.
Sure.
Kind of going back to bringing in men and women, and both minority groups and age groups in the clinical trials. What would you say to researchers who say it's difficult to find those groups or get them into the clinical trials in the first place? Like, how would you address that recruitment strategy?
Okay, I'll try not to be flip. Okay. Yes, you can find people. Yes, you can. If you do it right, you can. That's what I would say to them. So, for example, this is the most recent example of the flibanserin approval, which is an all-female drug for libido, which was just approved by the FDA. In my view, wasn't ready for prime time. They were directed to do an alcohol study in the interaction of the drug, and did a study of 25 people, saw some adverse events indeed. Turns out, of those 25 people, 23 of them were men. And then they said they didn't think about it, restricting it only to women. Really? So I think there are, it's a bit of, in this day and age, yes, you have to make sure your trials, reach out to populations, build trust, overcome historic barriers, go to communities that you haven't historically gone to, perhaps. But that's all very doable. There's no reason. To me, in my view, there's really no reason why you can't find both the healthy volunteers you need at the beginning and the patient populations you need in the later phases. It might require a little bit of extra effort, but hey, it's a big project to get a drug through the drug approval process. It can be done. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll turn it back to Libby or whoever's in charge here.
Well, I'm pleased to be able to introduce our next two speakers in a very important session that will, I think, build on your question of what do patient advocacy groups need to do. So our next two speakers are Dr. Deborah Miller and Steve Morin. Both are health programs coordinators at the FDA in the Cancer to Patient Liaison Program, a group that is very important for many of you in the audience. Deborah Miller works, again, at the Office of Health and Constituent Affairs. Deb's work includes recruiting and training cancer patient representatives to work and participate with the FDA. She assists patients seeking access to investigational products through clinical trials and expanded access, and works closely with the Office of Hematology and Oncology Products. Prior to coming to FDA, Deb has worked as Senior Health Policy Analyst for the Government Accountability Office, Research Associate at Johns Hopkins, and neonatal nurse at University of Maryland Medical Center. Steve Morin, also as a health programs coordinator. He is commander in the U.S. Public Health Service and received his Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the University of Southern Maine. He was commissioned with the rank of lieutenant in August 2003 and has worked at a number of very prestigious institutions and joined the FDA in 2009. Thank you both for joining us today, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Yes, good morning. It's still morning, and I'm Deborah Miller, obviously, I think. What we're doing is talking about the patient involvement with FDA, and I think you've heard this from Richard when he was here speaking earlier, that before 1988, that FDA had a very paternalistic view in terms of balancing risks and benefits of potential risks and benefits of drugs, that they felt they knew better than patients and advocacy groups, or I don't know how many advocacy groups were really around at that time, probably quite a few. But anyway, and then the activists actually showed up at FDA, the HIV/AIDS advocates and patients, and said, well, we think that we have something to say, and maybe you don't know everything that we feel, that you're talking for us. Let us speak for ourselves. And so that's, FDA responded by creating different ways to speed up the review time and access to promising therapies without jeopardizing patient safety or compromising the scientific rigor. And it created our office. And I believe that Richard was there from basically the very beginning. It was not called the Office of Health and Constituent Affairs. We've gone through many different names, but that's what happens at federal agencies. OCA, the Office of Health and Constituent Affairs, we work with patients and patient advocates, and we encourage and support their active participation with FDA. So basically what we see is that the bridge is OCA. So you have your review divisions, and they're pretty overwhelmed as it is, and don't have enough people as it is to do the work that they do. We now had, at that time, you had all these patient groups coming in, especially like I said, initially the HIV/AIDS patient groups, and they wanted to be heard. So how could that message get to the review divisions when they don't have the time to do their own work, much less to meet with them, the patients? And so they created our office as a way. It was a mechanism that patients could come in, sit and talk to people, discuss their concerns. It also gave FDA a way to work with them, to educate them on the FDA processes, policies, and procedures, and why FDA does what it does. So it was a mutual learning curve between between OCA and the patients and patient advocacy groups, and then OCA turns around and can take that information to the divisions and let them know what the concerns are. Here's just a brief little cartoon or graphic about patient participation milestones at FDA. As I just said, the HIV/AIDS advocacy started in 1988. In 1991 was the first time that we had a patient rep sit on an antiviral or any advisory committee panel. It turned out to be quite successful, so it was expanded to include cancer, eventually neurology, and then finally it was deemed to be so successful that all the divisions with drugs and biologics, they started to include a patient rep on those advisory committee panels. In 1996, at least with CEDAR and CBER, the drugs and biologics, The patient reps sitting on the panels got had voting privileges. Although I have to put a little plug in here, I'm not sure how aware everyone is. The last ODAC meeting that was had made a little bit of history because Dr. Rick Pazder, the director of oncology products, had decided there would be no questions at the end. And so there would be no vote, because his argument has always been, when we convene an advisory committee panel, we're not so interested in the vote. We want to hear what you have to say. We're bringing you experts in because you work with these patients, you've used this drug, you've got the experience. We want to hear what your thought processes are about a specific issue. So we'll see what happens, and I heard there was another recent advisory committee that eliminated the questions as well. Because I think sometimes when you have the questions and you put forward a vote, people think, oh, then that's a given, and it's not. It's just a recommendation. So then in 2001, we had expanded the role of the patient representative to include divisional consults. And that meant that there were different times in the drug approval process where the divisions, when they knew there was an upcoming meeting and it was on a topic that would be related to the patients directly and felt that they could get input, that they could invite a patient consultant who would be one of our representatives to participate, to sit in. They would get the data in advance that would be discussed, and to actually participate and join those conversations. I had added a couple other things that weren't on this slide, and I apologize. In 2006, the office, what we did for patients, we started doing for healthcare providers. So we established the Health Professional Liaison Program. Then and it made sense. Once we did that, it was decided, well, maybe we should bring the MedWatch program over into that office too, because what does the MedWatch program do? It takes in information about adverse events from patients and healthcare providers, and then it pushes that information out through MedWatch alerts. So it really made kind of sense for that particular program to come over. And then in 2011, we created the patient network, and Steve's actually going to go into more detail about the network. It was basically created because we do a lot of training of our patient reps, we do webinars, et cetera, which I'm going to talk about, but we realized that the patients and other advocates who are not patient advocates for FDA need to know that same information. And so we created that website so that everyone could go and get the same information that we're given to patient reps, because we heard that too. I remember I met someone who was working with one of the organizations, and and I said, we're thinking about a webinar coming up, and what do you think about topics? And she said, and she's someone who could not become a patient rep. So she said, I want to know what you're teaching the patient reps. That's what I want to know, because that's what I need to know to be a good advocate. So then I think we've heard quite a bit about PDUFA and FDASIA, so I won't go into that. So basically, this is like an outline of what I sort of went over in the history. We have, the office represents the patient and the healthcare professional concerns. First, we have the patient liaison program, and the first thing we do is we manage the patient representative program, which I'll go into a little bit more later. The second is that we work with review divisions. I know it's kind of under the patient rep program. I apologize, I somehow moved that margin over. The third area that we have responsibilities over is to respond to emails and phone calls. And we take all we're always asked all kinds of information. And I'm trying to find my notes because I think it's kind of interesting to hear what sometimes the phone calls come in about. We get lots of questions, about side effects of approved drugs and biologics and devices, and we get questions about clinical trials and expanded access programs. We do get food questions, and I've even gotten requests for information to bring in an expanded access use. I'm jumping ahead. Food questions, and the food questions are usually, I drank half of a bottle of something and then found a glob of something on the bottom of the bottle. What should I do? And so, I tell them what they need to do. And then this is where I was jumping ahead. We also do get questions on animals, and that's where I remember one time we've even gotten requests for expanded access to a medication for an animal, which really surprised me. It was new, and I had to call over CVM, Center for Veterinary Medicine, and I said, do you do this? And they said, yeah, we do it. And so it's every day is a learning experience for me. And then we get calls that are really, really interesting because, it's people want to give us advice on how we should be running the agency. The really, really interesting phone calls are the ones where they want to tell us how we should be interpreting the Code of Federal Regulations. I see it as an opportunity, a learning experience, an opportunity to educate them about what we do, why we do what we do, and what we can and we can't do. And then, of course, information. And people mean well. They call and say, well, I want to tell you about this product I took. I no longer have cancer, so it must have been a cure. And that's something else that we do in the office a lot, is to just listen to patients. Because sometimes they call with those kinds of comments, but they call also just, they want to be heard, they're upset or whatever, and they get someone who listens, or the family member. And I can say from personal experience that, there's lots of help out there for patients, but the family member, it's not true. And so when the family member's calling about their patient, their loved one, for maybe expanded access, and then, when we get on the phone and say, well, how are you doing? It really opens up a box, where, oh my gosh, so we're sort of counselors too. So let's see. And then the last one is the patient network, like I said, that Steve's going to talk about. So the other side of OCA is managing the Health Professional Liaison Program, and the only thing I'm going to really talk about here is MedWatch, and I know that Richard touched on it, and I think somebody else, I really do want to encourage people, you need to use the MedWatch program. It's mandatory for industry. It is voluntary reporting of adverse events for physicians and for patients, but we get, I can't remember if it was a program or a research project done on MedWatch or something, but I remember reading that we get more information from patients than we do from physicians. Physicians are really busy. You may tell them you had a side effect. They may get around to reporting it, they may not. But they also do some filtering. So you or your patients may say, I had this experience and I know this was from the drug. And the physician sometimes sits there and says, I don't think that was from the drug, I'm not reporting that. So we actually find that we get more complete forms from the patients, and that's important. We need to know all that information. And we had a big project a couple years ago. You can go to this website that's listed. The form is now online, very easy, push a button, goes through. Please, please, please tell your patients they have any adverse events over any medical product, please report it. Here's a picture of some of our patient reps from one of our previous meetings. I think it was from 2014, is that? Yeah, or 13, I can't remember now. Here's a list of our patient representative the areas that they serve in. We currently have, I'm sorry, I gotta check my notes because I'm not very good with these numbers, about 196 patient reps. I think that I looked yesterday before I came. It's always changing. And the interesting part is that as you heard from my bio, I'm in the oncology area. About 86 of those are patient reps for oncology. And it's really interesting. This list keeps growing because we have more and more rare diseases, and that you have patients who and family members who want to represent that particular rare disease because it's unique to, for that person. As far as cancers are concerned, there's talk that eventually they're all going to be considered rare diseases. In the beginning, I would get 3 or 4 patients who were my leukemia and lymphoma patient reps. Now I have to get CML, AML, Hodgkin's, non-Hodgkin's, adults, children, parents of children. It's getting so specific. And it's going to get, I think the change is even going to be different in the future with precision medicine, because especially in oncology, we're finding that the mutations are sometimes the driving factor for treatments. And anyway, I could go on and on about that. But anyway, so it's a changing field, but we keep getting more and more patient reps for that reason. What are the criteria for being considered for the patient rep program? The very first one is personal experience with the disease. We like patients. The review divisions like patients. They want the patients experience the disease, they want to hear it from them. Only if the patient can't be there, or they're too sick, or if it's a child, then we have a primary caregiver. We'll go to that. And actually recently, and I know Steve's going to talk a little bit about this, we actually had a case. It wasn't a patient rep program, but we brought in a group of children to get their perspective on a disease. And I think that may or may not, but I think it may be a sign of what's going to come in the future. So I know that, I think it's in Europe, they have more activity with children, and so this may be pushing the U.S. to do the same, and I think it's great. And I know Steve had a really positive experience, and he'll tell you a little bit more about that. We also want patient reps who are into the community. They know surely they're there to talk about they know about their own experience, but they're representing the community. So they have to come on, they have to keep in touch with that community, know what the concerns are so that they can speak on them at these advisory committee meetings or the divisional meetings. We need someone who is analytical and objective, but you don't need to be a scientist, but you gotta be able to understand complex issues and make some decisions. And then of course, the conflict of interest, which is always an issue. We need minimal or no conflict of interest. So how do we prepare patient reps for the roles? We do one-on-one orientation, and I call it FDA 101 training by OCA staff. And then we have an annual workshop, and I call it FDA 102, and it just goes further into detail about what we do, such as the topics that are listed, the role of the advisory committees, etc. And then we also have continuing education, because there's often changes that we have to make clear to these patient reps, things that have happened either through policy changes or changes in the research field itself. So we have these continuing education opportunities that we tell them we really want them to tune into. This is kind of my opinion. I think I see that the patient rep has 3 roles. One, the traditional role, which is to serve as panel member on the advisory committees. And as voting members for the drugs and biologic committees, non-voting member for the medical devices. We'll get there eventually. Number 2, patient consultant. And that's where we bring in the patient reps as consultants on the divisional meetings. The last one I think is really important because we've done it. We've used patient reps so many times, and that is as an informal consultant. You have patient reps who, they keep us informed. Many times they'll call and say, hey, I was at a meeting the other night, this is an issue, and I think you need to take that information back to the division. Or there's also times when I've kind of heard of something or thought of something and I need some input, so I'll call someone from one of the organizations and talk to them and say, have you heard anything about this? Should we be concerned? What's going on? This is a little graphic to talk about where patient input can come in. At the blue translational area is actually where a patient can work with the sponsor, the drug sponsor, to give input. And then at FDA, there's these meetings pre-IND, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. There's these meetings all along the way where we can take a patient rep and use them as consults. And then even post-marketing as well. And then, of course, the traditional role for the patient rep would be with the advisory committee panel when you're actually looking at an NDA or BLA for approval. So, what do patient reps bring to the table to FDA? First of all, their product user perspective. They use the products, they know how it's benefiting them, what changes need to be done, et cetera. Their point of view on risk and benefit, and you've heard quite a bit about that, so I won't go into detail there. Quality of life and other patient-reported outcomes for labeling, that's really important, and we really want to try to get more involvement there. Contribution to better designed future clinical trials, and that's important. You know, sometimes when the companies are creating these clinical trials, it really would help to have a patient rep sitting there saying, you know, you do better if you look for this group or go here, or this should be the design, or that endpoint's not so great. Or, I mean, the patient reps are just so educated these days. They come in with such great ideas that topics that we don't think about, issues that we may not, you know, be concerned about. And then inclusion of women and other ethnic groups. You've heard from Susan Wood, of course. And then what's also great is that FDA gets community ambassadors and educators, because what they do is what we teach them and train them about and work with them about, they go back out into the community, not with the proprietary information, but the FDA information, and they go back and they train or talk to their folks to say, well, you know, yeah, FDA did that, but this is why they did it. And it really was for our benefit. They really do have, you know, our best interest in mind. So anyway, that concludes my study and now, or my presentation, and now Steve is going to talk.
Thank you, everybody. Excuse me. So I'm going to talk very briefly because I don't want to stand between lunch and the next presenter. But as everybody was saying, we did create the patient network in order to fill a gap for an advocate who's not necessarily associated with an organization or who's just starting to learn about their disease and how to present. So the patient network on the FDA site was actually created 1 year ago today. Prior to that, we were on an independent site, we were just kind of getting our feet wet. So we moved over to the FDA site about 2016. 14. So what is the patient network? As people have said, it was a scale up of OCA activities and educational offerings. We want to provide an approach to patients and helping them engage and keeping them interested in what's going on. So we developed an active FDA education and advocacy resource. This was designed for patients and by patients. We had patient reps who were on the testing groups to make sure that the information we were giving was appropriate, that it was easy to use. So how do you get there? So on the FDA site, you'll see on the right-hand side, there's now a For Patients section. By clicking that, we'll bring you to our landing page. And on this page, we basically break down so many things for patients. We go all through every single center, we go through the Federal Register notice, and we put it in one area. So the upper right-hand corner is spotlights, which is what's kind of new, what's important for people to know. And then we move down to some of the areas that we have disease-specific pages for. We also have all of the meetings. We have all of our listservs over here. Some of the other things we have are submitting, how do you submit comments? Where do you find where patient information is important? So we've created a section that allows you, with any disease, to find out what's important to patients. What I do is every single day go through the Federal Register. I read every single one of them to see, is this important to patients, whether it's HIV or oncology or neurology. And I put the information here that's just a little bit of a snapshot to see, hey, I am interested in that. And then provide you a link to regulations.gov where you can make your comment immediately. We also help on the very first page give information on how to make a useful comment. We also break down all of the FDA public-sponsored meetings. So it's not just the advisory committee meetings. There's a public workshop for patient-focused drug development, or there's the medical device labeling meeting coming up. So we have broken down that every month, every single day, and create it. We also wanted to make patients aware of the differences in clinical trials versus medical treatment. So we created a clinical trials page. On this, you can see what is an informed consent? What do I need to know? What are the important topics that I should be aware of before signing that informed consent? Diversity. Diversity in clinical trials is a huge thing, and as we saw with Susan Wood, it's very difficult to bring a good diverse population, and it just describes that a little bit more. We also talk what an IRB is, an institutional review board, and a little bit of information on sexual and gender minorities. With this page, we created a section where anybody can listen to the webinars that have been provided by the FDA, not just ones that OCA are providing, but also that other divisions are providing. So I've created a page where it gives you, a running tally of, since 2009, of all of the webinars we have, which I think has been very useful for people, because one of the things we want is when you come and talk to us, that you have an understanding of the questions and the way that we work. And it just gives you that opportunity to be a little bit more clear with what you want and what you need and what you're asking from us. We've created a page that discusses how devices and drugs are approved, and it goes through the steps of discovery, of research, and breaks it down into simple terms. One thing I will always say is that the FDA site is written for postdoctorate candidates. It's not written in plain language. So one of the goals that we have made is that we've tried to bring that to a patient, to a everyday consumer level. Sometimes it's difficult when you're talking about really crazy long words, but we do our best in that. Every 2 weeks, and it just came out a couple of hours ago, we have a patient newsletter. And it does sort of the same thing that I've done on the network. It provides, and Deb is one of the co-editors on it, every 2 weeks we go through everything that's happened in the agency, from approvals to safety alerts to drugs that are pulled off the market to tobacco. We want to provide everything that you need, just so you have a snapshot of what's going on. It may be important to you, it may not, and it may be something that you didn't know is important. It also discusses, as we said, meetings and drug shortages. So it's a great newsletter that is posted on the web also and sent through a listserv. So that is a great tool for people. One of the other things we do is we work with many organizations and create our own meetings. Recently, we hosted a webinar with Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy on advisory committee meetings. And I believe that was just posted a couple of days ago. And so it just discusses in general, what do you expect when you go to an advisory committee meeting? What are the rules? What are the processes we need to follow? So we work with many organizations like that. Deb had mentioned one of the meetings that we created with JDRF, the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. This brought four kids from the ages of, I want to say it was 7 to 16, who were on their Congress meeting they had, and brought them to the FDA, where we had Dr. Califf available and Dr. Sharpstein, and then Center for Drugs and Center for Biologics. And it was a meeting to hear from the kids and how the devices on the market affect them, and how they, I don't want to have a continuously monitoring blood glucose system. But then they saw that it changed their life and the things that they look at. So it's a wonderful tool, and I think that the agency really valued hearing from those kids. Typically we don't. Typically we hear from a parent, and that, in that sense. And I think there's a lot of other models where we're finding that the caregiver and the child's views may differ, and I think those views are important views to see. So we're starting to develop tools to hear both sides of the story. We've had 3 meetings that we hosted. The first one was talking about benefit risk. That was right before the PDUFA meetings were about to kick off. In 2013, we kind of demystified the FDA. What is the drug development process, the device development process? And last year, we did under the microscope pediatric drug development. It brought a lot of how can we make more pediatric drugs have indications. And some other ones, we've worked with pediatric cancer advocacy outreach meetings. We've had many other meetings, but this was just an example of some of the ones that we have done. You've heard about the patient-focused drug development, so I'm not going to go too much into it. There are 2 meetings this coming month on the 22nd and the 29th, and one of them is for Huntington's disease and Parkinson's, and then the other one is for alpha-1, so I'm not going to go for it, but it's on the website. They just announced the non-tuberculosis infection meeting for October 15th, and there'll be more to come until 2017. These are some of the other patient-focused meetings that are coming in the FDA in the next 3 or 4 weeks. As we said, the medical device labeling, oh, here it is. It's going to be the alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency is the one I can think of. We also have something about REMS and understanding REMS. Richard was talking a little bit about that in his presentation. And they're really wanting to see how REMS have impacted patient access. And so most of these meetings are webcast. And all of these meetings do ask for comments. So if you're not able to participate or you don't want to ask a question at an open public meeting, making a comment on the docket is extremely important, and it's actually really valuable. And if it's done prior to the meeting, or like say it's an advisory committee meeting that you're making, if those comments are made, they are provided to the panel. So when they're reviewing all of their information, they're also reviewing your questions or your comments. So it sometimes can have just as much impact to write a question and submit it through through regulations.gov as it does to stand up in the room and ask a question. And that is my presentation, and I will ask Deb to come up if anybody has any questions. Anyone?
So I'll get us started, though I have a question. I actually have several questions. So when I think about elevating the patient voice and having conversations directly with you all, and I understand that you connect to the appropriate divisions. When Richard was talking, he talked about an extensive process, an administrative process that you all have around collecting data, analyzing data, responding to data. When we had our CMS meeting a year ago, there was a very clear stop and start point from a time when they would speak with us. And it was around the proposed rules, right? So when the proposed rules were issued and there was an open comment period, fair game. But once those closed, they wouldn't speak on the particular issue any longer. So when you look at that administrative process, do you have those same rules in terms of timing? We can take feedback to a certain point and then it cuts off, we can open it back up again? Or how does that work with the FDA?
There's really no timelines in a sense because we can't talk about any applications in particular because it's considered proprietary information. In fact, we can't even acknowledge that we have an application that's in for an experimental drug unless it's publicly discussed already, and it usually is on clinicaltrials.gov. So you could come in at any point and talk with us. And there's no stop point that, unless, Richard, do you have any further comments? Maybe all 3 of us should be up here. Oh, okay.
I didn't know if you were going to address it, but I think you're talking about the regulatory process and procedures to get things into the books, right?
Yeah.
So there are distinct timelines, and when the FR notice, Federal Register notice comes out, it'll have, here's the comment period is open until, and Steve organizes all of that by when those closing dates are for comments. But there are certain things like guidances, even though there's an open comment period, guidances are more flexible. So if people have comments even after the guidance becomes finalized, we still welcome comments because those really need to live and breathe with the changes in technology and the way that people are thinking. So in order to keep those more flexible, those have a little statement at the beginning that even though this is a final guidance, if you have comments about it, they can be submitted, and it tells you where you should submit it.
So on the website, you can see it. hard. It's a little hard right there. But I do post the comments are needed by a specific time. But it does state that in the Federal Register, they can be mailed in and they will be given to the division after the closing date. But the consideration or changing anything probably would be in some other review or something like that. So.
But to actually come in and talk with us is any time.
Okay, so one more. So you talked about the number of phone calls that you get from patients
Yes.
and caregivers who may in fact need some particular level of support.
Yes.
How can we help you with that and make sure that you can do referrals back to those of us who are sort of experts in that?
That's a good question. I hadn't thought about it. Maybe we could talk a little bit about this offline. I know that not all the groups do this. I mean, maybe I can create a list. I have a list of some other things that I've created through the years and have a list so that if they call with a particular issue and it seems like they could gain some benefit in getting some counseling, yeah, that's a great idea. So, yeah. And then I also want just to remind people before we go further, Richard brought some brochures and about the patient rep program and some cards about the network. Where are they?
They're on the registration.
They're on the registration desk out front. So just to let you know that we have those out there for you. So, but yeah, so if any, I have some cards with me, but if anyone wants to get in touch with me with that kind of information, stop by. Even if I don't have a card, I can get your email and we can be in contact and set something up. That sounds great.
We'll put that, you've got the microphone, so we'll put that on our next steps list.
Oh yeah, okay.
We'll circulate that and collect some of that for you.
Okay, that sounds great. That would actually be really helpful.
Strategy for a range of healthcare stakeholders, including healthcare providers, life science companies, and patient advocates. Craig has more than 17 years of federal health policy experience, which includes serving as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Legislation at the Department of Health and Human Services, and serving as a health policy advisor to Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist and on the staff of the Senate Health Committee. We look forward to hearing from Craig share his experience as a former Hill staffer who handled FDA issues. Sarah Walensky serves as a Congressional Affairs Specialist at the FDA Office of Legislation, where she currently leads the 21st Century Cures, Drugs, and Biologics Response effort. Sarah also works on topics such as human antibiotics, clinical trials, and rare diseases, to name a few. Previously, Sarah served as a regulatory counsel in the Center for Tobacco Products Office of Compliance, and we're looking forward to hearing Sarah share her experience working in the FDA's Office of Legislation. Finally, moderating our panel this afternoon is Libby Mullen from Mullen Strategies, who serves as a senior health policy advisor at Cancer Support Community. Libby is also a former Hill staffer, having worked in the office of Congresswoman Diane DeGette. So Libby, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to you.
Thanks, Rob. And thank you all for continuing to stay with us today. This is the highlight lunch. I'm sure you're all wondering what dessert's going to be. And we'll try to keep you somewhat engaged in what I think is probably the most important topic that we're going to cover today, and why many of you may have shown up. And we want to use this 35 minutes together to really get very technical and perhaps a little bit in the weeds. And I want to encourage everybody to
understand that there is no stupid question. Some people in the audience are more seasoned than others, but we have two experts here who can really talk tactically about how Congress intersects with the FDA, and really I think at the vocal point of that intersection is the public and are the folks in this room and the constituents that you represent. And one thing I mentioned to Craig and Sarah before we launched today was that I have been surprised that up until this point a word has not been brought up yet, which is politics. And we are on the eve of the intensity of the next election cycle, which is going to really muddy the waters for PDUFA 6 in my mind, for 21st Century Cures if it doesn't get to the finish line. And it is unprecedented territory, frankly, when you look at the reauthorization of the PDUFA legislation. So I want to also flag that because I think it is a dynamic that we need to keep in mind as we talk about what levers of influence exist. I think we should start with both Craig and Sarah just introducing themselves, their perspective, some advice to the group on how they can interact most effectively.
I think I was asked to talk about how you engage with the Hill on FDA issues, and how the Hill engages with FDA and how you manage that intersection. I think the timing of this conversation is really great as I think back over the last number of years in health policy. One of the unique things about this timing is the degree to which people are focused on supporting innovation, on engaging with the FDA, on growing and supporting the FDA in ways that are largely bipartisan, are really heartfelt, and where there's a lot of energy and activity going into that. Right now, that's bearing out in the 21st Century Cures legislation on the Senate side in their innovation initiative. But has already begun to flow into the user fee reauthorization process, which is underway, and will increasingly flow into that process over the next year and a half or so. I kind of jotted down just a couple top-line principles for engaging with the Hill on these issues. I can kind of highlight a few of these, and then we can certainly go deeper. I think one, and some of these are obvious, and I'll apologize for that, but just to start at a very basic level of knowing a couple W words: the why, the who, the where, and the what. Why are you there? What's the issue? Knowing the issue, very deep, knowing both sides of the issue. Obviously, knowing your perspective, but knowing what folks on the other side of an issue might say. And fundamentally, anytime you're going up to the Hill, knowing what why you're there and what you want of them, what the ask is of them. Knowing the who. Who you're meeting with, both in terms of the office, some of the key places in terms of FDA legislation. Activity is going to be focused in the Senate Health Committee and the House Energy and Commerce Committee. To some extent also, obviously, in the Appropriations Committees. Anytime you control the purse, you have a fair bit of power. But then within those committees, you're going to encounter a significant range of experience and insight, both among members and among staff, and understanding when you need to go very, very deep because the staff you're talking with has a PhD and has spent 5 years engaging on FDA legislation, versus the staff who got sent as a last-minute fill-in to your meeting and may know very little. The where, one of the first questions you'll get from a lot of offices on the Hill: where is FDA on this? What's FDA going to think about this? So either having engaged or having plans to engage with FDA, and if you don't know, say we don't know. And then I think the last piece is knowing what the Hill can and can't or won't do. I think someone earlier talked about, and I think it's important to differentiate between policy engagement and applications. Just as FDA is going to be limited in how they engage with
non-NDA holders on an application, the Hill is going to be very limited and very reticent to engage with FDA on a pending application. They're going to be far more open to engaging on policy questions, which they see as certainly within their realm of authorizing jurisdiction. So I'll kind of stop there and hand it over to Sarah and go from there.
Great, thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Sorry. So as Libby and Rob both introduced me, Sarah Walensky. I came to the Office of Legislation with a law degree, and there are folks in our group with law degrees, with comms backgrounds, with PhDs, so we kind of run the gamut, and I think that's very important in our group to do that, because we do have to engage both the Hill and within the agency so much and on so many different issues. I'm planning to just give a little overview of FDA and our interaction with Congress and how OL, Office of Legislation, interacts with both Congress and with the agency. The big thing is that FDA is a huge organization. I think I looked online, it's 14,000 people strong at this point, and we are all over the globe. So if Congress was calling directly to subject matter experts, first of all, they would be getting that one person's opinion and not the agency's opinion, which is really important. And also it would cause a disruption in the really important work that our experts are doing throughout the agency. We basically work as a conduit between the agency and Congress. Congress comes in with everything from educational questions, because as Craig mentioned, there is a whole wide range of staffers with lots of different backgrounds, and some have been working with the agency and with these issues for a really long time, and some have never worked on these issues before, and they had a constituent come to them with something that they need answered right away, and we need to be there on the phone right away helping them. And I would like to point out, we work very closely with the Office of Health and Constituent Affairs. They are very important because we get letters, we get calls that need answering and need a voice on the phone from FDA to the constituent, and that's not our role. We are working directly with staffers and Congress and not with constituents. So we try to work with OCA to facilitate that communication when we can. So basically, our function beyond education and answering questions and answering letters and emails, we help with prep for hearings. We get called down, our specialists get called down, and they need help getting ready for hearings. So everything from writing testimony to helping with questions and answers and setting up meetings and reaching out to our colleagues down on the Hill to find out what their bosses are interested in. We want to make sure that we are as helpful as we can be when we get down to the Hill, and that we can actually give really good answers and give good testimony that really answers those questions. We are also down on the Hill for meetings with staffers. A lot of like 21st Century Cures and PDUFA and the current Senate Innovation Initiative. We need to be down there providing education, answering questions in person, and helping kind of shape where things are going. And that is really important to us. We internally, our role, we help kind of bring together the different parts of the agency to determine policy, and to figure out how we are going to best engage with the Hill and kind of go forward on legislative initiatives. We respond with technical assistance to bills. Since the agency is part of the executive branch, we do not take opinions on bills unless the administration takes an opinion. So we are able to give technical assistance though, and we are able to go through the bill and find, if we find areas that will cause problems in our efforts that are currently ongoing, we can point those out, we can help with changes, and we do engage very intensively on all those things. And we conduct outreach to Congress. We reach out on, new regulations, guidances, drugs, devices, and other things that are newly on the market. We're reaching out and providing education on those things. And to give a little background of how OL is structured, because the FDA is such a big organization, we are broken down. First, we are broken down from the Office of Budget and the Office of Legislation. The Office of Budget is dealing with all the appropriators, and then the Office of Legislation, where I am, we are dealing with the authorizers and with anyone else who comes to us from Congress with a question. And then from there, we are broken down into the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, and Center for Veterinary Medicine is in one team, and then Devices, Biologics, and Tobacco is in another team, and I am a part of the Center for Drugs team, and then I kind of snuck out of my team and did the 21st Century Cures, where I've gotten to do both drugs and biologics since that kind of went together, and there's a separate device person on that side because it is a very large bill. So I will turn it back over to you, but I just think the most important thing is that we are here for the American public and to serve the agency's public health mission, and anything we can do to further that, we're very interested.
Well, thank you both. I think it's important to emphasize where Sarah sits at the agency. So as a patient group, if you have a concern with the agency, you wouldn't pick up the phone and call Sarah. But you might want Sarah to know about your concern. So, I would have ideas if I were advising you on how to get to Sarah, but I would love to hear Craig's ideas about the different pressure points so that the Office of Leg Affairs knows that there's a mounting concern in a patient community about something. So, Craig.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. As mentioned, I spent time on the Hill, on the Senate Health Committee, and in the Majority Leader's office, and I went from there to the Department of where we, FDA was a large part of our daily work, and I think that for a lot, I think that engaging with the administration, whether it's with FDA directly, with the department, through, whether it's reaching out to Office of Legislation or others at the agency, is a underutilized opportunity. It's very easy to fall, I think, into a trap of focusing only on the Hill, going only to the Hill, not really engaging with the agency. And I think it's important to do both, to look for opportunities within the agency and the department to engage, to raise those issues, and as you said, at a minimum, make sure they're aware of those issues. I think, as Sarah mentioned, there is a pretty constant stream of communication between the authorizing committees and FDA, particularly these days, but even when there's less activity going on. And so often one of the first things that Hill staff will do after you walk out of their office is, if they're the chairman or ranking member and they are focused strictly on FDA issues, the staffer, a lot of times they'll pick up the phone and call FDA. They'll call Sarah, they'll call others over there and say, hey, tell me about this issue. If they're a rank and file member, they're sitting on the committee or they're not on the committee. A lot of times their first call will be to the committee. Say, hey, we just heard from this group, they're concerned about X, Y, and Z, what's happening? So everyone talks to everyone, which is important to keep in mind to stay out of trouble, but also to use as a tool, because you can use those different leverage points.
So I think 21st Century Cures has been a fairly unique process because it has moved very quickly and because it's all hands on deck. But I think for us, it is very important to hear from outside groups. We don't hear from them directly in OL, but a lot of times if you reach out to the correct constituent liaison in FDA, they are able to pull together a meeting, and we are able to kind of hear where you stand, and that is very important. And it's also important to kind of help leverage resources. If there is a concern that you have, and it is also a concern that we have, that's important to know, and it's helpful.
I can keep asking questions, but I'm going to take a moment to make sure that the audience has an opportunity. It's going to be a fluid process. Raise your hand. Rob, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Monica Dorahai, and I'm Vice President, Risk Management and International Government Affairs. I worked in the last 10 years on the Middle East, World Bank and IMF, to invest and to change, including healthcare systems. I'm now at Georgetown writing a book, my 4th book. I am a huge supporter seeing how women in the Middle East literally don't get treated. It's hidden. It's a curse for many years. And I'm a huge supporter of Prevention Cancer Foundation. They invited, and I support them, and they brought me to this event, and we love you. I do everything to help. I'm a huge supporter of Greg, and my question to you is, what is the difference going forward on the approach that the Republicans would take to financing cancer research, other than the business would do it? Or, see what I mean? Compared to what we know. And what I wanted to also pencil in for you, I work on 35 countries. I seem young, but I'm not. It's a compliment. It's very, very interesting across 35 countries to see how they design the different institutions to fight cancer. Very, very interesting. And Prevention Cancer Foundation is a very, very good way of helping, working with the government and the different acts to manage the process and provide input. So what's your take going forward on how we manage institutionally, and what is it that should be done? So one on financing, and one, what is it that should be done? And hopefully we can find a cure. I'm a huge supporter of it.
I might be able to simplify that, because I've heard some questions in the audience about this, which is really when we have a shared interest in both FDA and NIH's future in this audience, and they interplay. And I think it would, if you feel seasoned enough to do so, to talk a little bit about how those agencies interact and how there's, this isn't a cancer-specific audience, so we want to make sure the questions sort of address more broad answers. So, maybe you could talk to how FDA interacts with the different departments, agencies within HHS.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that and talk a little bit about the funding world in which we live right now. So I think, look, big picture, any research funding, we're a month away from having no appropriations bills for the next fiscal year. Now, hopefully, presumably, there will be a solution, a continuing resolution, but that's far above mine and anyone else in this room's pay grade. But I think, look, as I look at one of the really remarkable things about the 21st Century Cures initiative is that at the same time, every other conversation that's happening on the Hill is about deficit reduction and is about budgets. You have the House finding the guts to up not just the NIH authorization level, which is not binding on the appropriators, but to create mandatory appropriations for NIH in a very significant way. In addition to deal with one of the perennial criticisms of any FDA legislation, which is that Congress regularly passes FDA legislation giving FDA new responsibilities, new authorities, and there are no dollars attached to it. They've done, perhaps they haven't fully filled that hole. I'll defer to Sarah on that, but you've seen the House take a step towards making sure that as much as possible, anything they do on the FDA authority side is coupled with resources. The other point is the timing. Is we mentioned PDUFA, and I think it's one of the really helpful aspects of the timing of 21st Century Cures and the Senate innovation discussion happening now in the lead-in to the user fee reauthorizations, because those user fee discussions are all about what resources FDA is going to have. So whether FDA is getting resources through legislation happening now, it's also an opportunity for everyone to put their priorities on the table to figure out where Congress wants FDA to be doing more, where industry, where patients want FDA to be doing more, and then theoretically use the user fee process to align that and ensure that FDA has the resources to bear that out. In terms of FDA NIH collaboration, we have a number of folks here from FDA who can speak better to that. I can tell you from my experience, and I think we're seeing it in the legislative discussions, is you see a high degree of collaboration. We were talking beforehand, and one of the, having spent 5 years at HHS, one of the really great things about working there is how many experts you have within FDA, within NIH, where when you have a policy issue, you can draw upon them to really drive a solution. I don't know if you want to add anything.
I think one of the nice things about being part of the department is that the department ensures that everything that's coming out, it has been vetted through anyone who needs to see it. So, I mean, I currently am having a once weekly call with NIH, and everything that they are putting forward that impacts us, we see, and everything that we are putting forward that impacts them, they see, and that's across the department. And that, I mean, frankly, that's why sometimes things take a little longer than folks on the Hill would like, but it is important to have a message that resonates across all of us, because it will impact the entire department, and we are very cognizant of that relationship and work really hard to have our experts meet. I know they meet all the time, and us in the Office of Legislation, we are constantly having communications just to ensure that we are all on the same page. It's really important.
So perhaps that's also a lesson to the advocates, that when you have an effort, an initiative that cross-pollinates the agencies, that it really behoves you to be keeping those agencies up to date. In my experience, when I was on the Hill, the last thing they wanted is to be caught from left field on an idea that some member calls them about and is breathing down their necks. It just doesn't make them very friendly to put your issue to the top 5. So it as much as you might think blindsiding them is going to be really, gotcha. I think that's the opposite is true, which is that you guys are in communication with the agencies. Are there other questions?
Thanks again so much for being here. And I think this question more goes to Craig than anything else. I'm wondering if you have any advice that you can offer to our organizations, specifically surrounding messaging when you're going up to the Hill for meetings. I think that it's generally, safe to assume, that all of our organizations have a wealth of knowledge that we're bringing up to the Hill. And I think it can be challenging sometimes to condense all that information inside the 30-minute time frame, or sometimes even 15-minute time frame of a meeting with a legislative staffer. What can you share with us? What advice can you offer about condensing that information and being succinct and offering it in a really strong message when you go up for that short period of time for those Hill meetings?
That's a fabulous question, and I'm tempted to tell you as a first principle to practice that message while you walk, because a lot of times that meeting may turn into a 10-minute walk with me as we're going from here to there, and you've got to not just be condensed, but able to do it on the fly and not dependent on lots of paper that they're having shuffled through. So I think a couple things. First of all, be early. The earlier you're up there, the earlier you're talking to them, the better. Both in terms of, going, it happens. There are times you have no choice, but going in to see a staff the day before a committee markup, not a great use of anyone's time, because at that point, their heads moved to what's going to happen tomorrow, and they're more on execution and what has to happen tomorrow, and less on policy formation. So be early. Certainly be concise. In your both how you present it, cut to the point quickly. That can be difficult because some of these issues, you have to lay some groundwork before you get to this is why we're here to see you. But work on condensing that as much as possible. Staff they're smart folks. They will ask great questions, and better to give them time to ask questions than spend 30 minutes and them never have time to ask anything. Certainly take paper with you that you can leave behind, but be thoughtful in what you take. Don't take everything you have. Boil it down. Again, think about it in terms of something that's going to reiterate the key asks, the key points you're making, 1-2 pages, maybe with a little bit of additional background. If don't take every journal publication that ever was relevant.
No, I think you've kind of hit all the biggies, but I think it can really throw, if you have grassroots networks out there, or, doctors that come in to advocate with you, it can really throw them if they see a staffer that looks, half the age of their oldest child, so, and that's not at all indicative, of their power. And also being really cognizant of the other pressures that the staff are going through at that given day. If there's a vote on, a CR, a congressional, a continuing resolution, then that's where their focus is going to be. So I think often we get tunnel vision when you go up there and you're so well versed in what you're going to ask for, you lose sight of what's on their mind. And if you can at least acknowledge that right off the bat, they know that you're in their space. But
add to that, I think you touched on a key piece. When you have a constituent who is with you, that can change that conversation with those Hill offices if you do it well.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day, I can't speak for you, but I can tell you to this day, I can remember the names of specific constituents from Tennessee who came up and met with me about different specific disease areas 12 years ago. And I haven't seen them in 12 years, but because they did it well, I can still tell you their names. And so when you do it well, that can be incredibly impactful.
I don't want to lose you two before we get into the elections next year and how, to see a turnover of an administration, how that impacts you on your office there, when you start beginning to prepare for that, your own crystal balls on how you think that's going to affect any of the pending legislation out there. Just a quick forecast.
I'm not going to forecast what happens in the election.
No, I didn't ask that.
But there are two places to think about that. One is obviously administration change. And you're going to have administration change no matter what happens. And where that is going to be particularly impactful is as we move into the user fee reauthorizations. Now, to take a step back, remember the idea is that FDA is sitting down now and through over the next year plus with industry, with patient advocates, to hammer out a deal which will be officially delivered to the Hill in January of 2017. That gives them 9 months on the Hill to pass a reauthorization. That assumes that FDA is allowed in a new administration, in that handoff, to take new policy and new legislative proposals to the Hill, and that the incoming administration, whether it's Republican or Democratic, doesn't say, you know what, hold on that. We may have our own views on how this happens. So you have a already tight timeline that is going to be complicated by a new administration, by new leadership at the White House, at HHS, and at FDA. The other place where that's going to be relevant is in the House and Senate. We're going to have even if the House stays Republican, we're going to have a new chairman of House Energy and Commerce. Fred Upton has been a champion in this space and is term limited from being chairman. And who knows what's going to happen in the Senate and who's going to be in charge of the Senate. Certainly if the Senate stays Republican, you have some continuity, which is really, really nice as you move into that with Chairman Alexander. If the Senate flips Democratic, I don't know who's the chairman. Is it Senator Murray? Is it Senator Sanders?
One favoritive than promise.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, from our end, we're plowing forward. The UFAs have started. I mean, I was down watching a briefing the other day. We're working to just move forward as quickly as we can and as effectively as we can. I think most people saw the news about Dr. Califf yesterday, so there's big changes at the agency, and it's an exciting time. So.
Great.
Before we wrap up, is there any more questions? Very good. Well, thank you both. That was great.
Jeff Allen, who
director of Friends of Cancer Research, which is a think tank and advocacy organization based here in DC. In this capacity, Jeff leads the development and implementation of the Friends Health and Research Policy Portfolio, scientific initiatives, and oversees the board governance and organizational operations. Jeff is regarded as the foremost thought leader in many issues that impact the biomedical research continuum, including FDA, regulatory strategy, comparative effectiveness research, patient-centered outcomes research, and healthcare policy. Prior to joining Friends, Jeff was an endocrinology fellow at NIH, and his other fellow panelist is Pat Furlong, and Pat is the founding president and CEO of the Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy, which is the largest nonprofit organization in the U.S. solely focused on Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. Its mission is to improve the treatment quality of life and long-term outlook for all individuals affected by Duchenne through research, advocacy, education, and compassion. In 1994, Pat, together with other parents of young men with Duchenne's, founded PPMD to change the course of Duchenne and ultimately to find a cure. And today, Pat continues to lead the organization and is considered one of the foremost authorities on Duchenne in the world. So I'm also going to turn things over to Linda House, who will be moderating this panel.
Well, thanks for your participation in the meeting today. I think it's been a fantastic meeting, at least for my own personal learning. You know, what we had hoped to do, the cancer support community and our partnering organizations, was to level set everyone around just basic information about the FDA. How do they work? Where do they sit? Who do they speak with? How do they interact with Congress? Just really those nuts and bolts points so that we can think about our own agendas and how to move those forward, whether it's in collaboration with each other, whether it's in collaboration with the agency, et cetera. So when we were talking about this agenda today, we thought, gosh, wouldn't it be great that after we've sort of level set everything and really mapped out ways in which you can productively work with the FDA, that we bring two real examples of organizations who have effectively worked with the FDA to advance causes related to their particular diseases. And so hands down, the two names that rose to the top immediately were the two that are sitting in front of you today. So what I'd like to do for this next session, if you don't mind, is, Pat, I'm going to start with you. And if you could just share with this group what it is that you've done to work with the FDA and how that's really advanced the cause of Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. And then Jeff, I'm going to turn to you and ask for the same thing. Sort of walk us through what those steps were, what were key pivot points, et cetera, in that process.
Sure. So just to set the stage so you know what Duchenne muscular dystrophy is. Duchenne muscular dystrophy is an X-linked pediatric neuromuscular disease. It affects primarily boys because it's X-linked. So they're diagnosed between the ages of 4 and 6 years old. It follows a very specific and predictive course in terms of these young boys look normal at birth. They achieve their milestones, although often delayed. They plateau at about, depends on the age, 9 to 11 years old, at which time the growth is slowed down, so the muscle degeneration becomes more apparent, and boys lose function. So they're off their feet, can't walk anymore by 10 to 12. Their arms are incredibly weak, so they can't feed themselves by about the age of 15 or 16. They use non-invasive ventilation because when they're laying down at night, the diaphragm doesn't work very well, so they can't really release the CO2. So they need ventilation often as they're late teenage stage. They need ventilation during the day as well. And the mean age of death is in the late 20s. So it's a pretty horrible, devastating disease, as each of those loss of functions you might feel pretty much like a little death, right? So I've been working in this space for 30 years. My two boys had Duchenne. They were diagnosed in 1984. They died at 15 and 17 following that very progressive course. We came to Washington, found some champions in both the House and Senate. In 2001, a bill was introduced called the MD Care Act. That bill was signed into law in 2001, called the MD Care Act, reauthorized in 2008, and again, the amendments in 2014. So that bill, and I'm saying this to set the stage for what has happened in Duchenne, that piece of legislation and the NIH responsible institutes, NIAMS, NINDS, NICHD, responded by investing in Duchenne, as did the Center for Disease Control. And so that really galvanized the field. Next to the cloning of the gene, I think that MD Care Act legislation galvanized a field of research that we felt needed and deserved work, not just Duchenne, but the whole neuromuscular field, which is about 9 categories of diseases and 100 variations or more underneath all of those. So that kind of brings us forward to where are we in the last years? Well, the interesting thing is because it galvanized the field, we had industry coming, not only to look at the protein that's missing in this disease, but replacing it, and then looking at the downstream pathology, which includes antifibrotics, building muscle with anti-myostatin, increasing circulation, improving the mitochondrial function. So all of these wonderful things. So we had this growing group of companies that were interested in this space, in addition to the fact that we had a clinical trial that was terminated because they got the dose wrong. And this was about in 2009. So we started meeting with the FDA. We went to see the division Cedar Neurology. We wrote a lovely letter and said, we'd like to just sit down with you. We don't want to talk about a particular drug. We want to talk about Duchenne because while we understand that you have to know about these diseases, we know more because we live with them. So it's different living with than it is looking at something from its physiology, for instance. So we had these very interesting meetings about unmet need, and that started our relationship with Cedar Neurology. And along there, we decided that, you know, these new tools that have been in use in legislation or coming into legislation, such as accelerated approval, breakthrough designation of the last PDUFA, we felt that those were fantastic tools. And we looked in Europe as conditional approval and thought that's also a fantastic tool. Not received very well here, but nevertheless, we believe that it was a terrific tool. So we wanted to look at how does Duchenne fit into those policies, as well as the PCAST report. So we wrote a white paper with a lot of people, some from the cancer field, and basically looked at Duchenne in the context of policy and made recommendations. We recommend the use of accelerated approval. We ask for guidance on surrogates so that we're very clear on what's required. We recommend the use of conditional approval. I wasn't resoundingly thrilled by the Cedar Neurology, but we did it anyway. And then the fourth was to really understand this unmet need and to understand that the benefit-risk equation is different in this disease than perhaps other diseases you're familiar with. So that led to another meeting with Cedar Neurology when we discussed the paper, and as I mentioned, conditional approval wasn't a thrilling recommendation for them. But we said this benefit-risk equation is far different in our disease. We take risks by the very prognosis we're carrying for our children, and they have risks. And then they're on chronic steroids. And so the risks, some are known and some are unknown, but we're willing to take on risk for benefit. So in the middle of this meeting, we talked about the fact that coming and telling our story is reasonable and valid, but the FDA works on data. So how is it that we capture and quantify, for instance, tears, right? The tears of this community and the equation of benefit risk. So we then embarked on a benefit risk survey. So we enlisted the aid of Johns Hopkins, specifically John Bridges at Hopkins. We had an internal social scientist, her name is Holly P.A., and I said to them, we want to pilot. I want to explore this equation of benefit risk in a very rigorous, systematic way so that we can present the data to the FDA. We did that inside of 6 months. We conducted a survey of caregivers and examined their preferences. I had a hypothesis because when my boys were here, I borrowed $100,000 a day of their diagnosis and ran around the world to see if I could cure them because I wanted to buy time for them. I wanted to buy quality time. So my answer to somebody saying, what are you looking for, is 5 minutes, right? So we quantified that and we demonstrated to the FDA in a rigorous way that the caregiver preference in this context, 119 caregivers, we had all the statistics on those caregivers, we recruited them through social networks. The highest priority was for slowing or halting progression of this illness. That was the highest priority. The very least priority for them was themselves. Those parents didn't care about their health, they didn't care about doing anything in terms of fun or spare time without their son. Highest priority was slowing or stopping progression. That was rated much higher than more years of life. So quality over survival. So that led to another meeting with Cedar Neurology, and we said, here's the data, and we want to know, is this what you're looking for? Is this sufficiently rigorous for you? What else do you need to know? So the response there was, It is rigorous. We accept this. This is very good information. However, we'd like to know if this equation is the same or different in the adolescents and young adults with a disease. And we'd like to know if this equation changes over the trajectory of the illness. Do you take on more risk as a little one? Do you take on more risk as somebody who's lost considerable function? So we're in the middle, or I should say, we're at the beginning with John Bridges again, expanding our benefit risk. That led us to a further discussion because the EMA released guidance on Duchenne. When they released guidance on Duchenne for the very reason that so many companies were working in this space, we took a look at the guidance and said, we don't like it. So we wrote a letter to the EMA. We had a meeting over there with the EMA and described exactly the places that we felt you have totally avoided or ignored or failed to include the patient voice. So that led us to the next visit with Cedar Neurology, said, here's the guidance from EMA. We don't like it, but we're happy to write different guidance with you. So we're happy to be your voice. Let's partner on this. And Dr. Woodcock said to me, why don't you write guidance? So you know how sometimes something comes out of your mouth and then you walk out the door and think, oh, okay. Well, when I walked out the door, the first thing I thought was, why did that slip out of your mouth? And the second thing I thought is, who better to write guidance for the FDA than the community that's affected by it? So we reach out to the HIV community because these are very smart, aggressive people who want efficient, safe medicine or effective, safe medicines. We enlisted the aid of the AMFAR folks, the ACT UP groups, and we enlisted a science writer, we got a project manager, and we then went back to the FDA and said we'd like to hold a policy forum to discuss with you and this community some of the issues that are relevant, perhaps controversial, and maybe even conflicting. We had a policy forum in December of 2013. There were 250 of our families with us and 19 members of the FDA present. We discussed natural history, outcome measures, dystrophin as a surrogate, or dystrophin, how we measure it, what methodologies are used around measuring it, how we can interpret it, and then we wanted to discuss extrapolation because in our community, most of the trials are an ambulatory population and our population's pretty broad, most of them not ambulatory. So we had this policy forum, then on January the 5th, we began with our steering committee, which was representative of patients, industry, as well as academia. They were each assigned a working group from benefit risk, diagnosis, natural history, outcome measures, novel trial design, and the patient voice. Each steering committee member was responsible to lead a working group consisting of 10 to 12 people with equal representation of industry, academia, and patients. We, within 6 months, created draft guidance. It was a 42-page document, well-referenced. Our rules around that were nothing could be in that document that was not published, so we couldn't have anecdotal reports of some academic who found something. It was all very serious. We submitted it to the open docket. It was open on the FDA website until October the 6th for open public comment. And I'm happy to say that the FDA used that as a platform and in June of this year released their own guidance on Duchenne muscular dystrophy. We felt that this was an example of an extraordinary partnership with the FDA and an extraordinary way to raise our voice and educate them and they us about what their struggles are, what our struggles were, and we have engaged the entire community within this process with a community advisory board who reviewed all 45 iterations of this document along the way and commented so that we could deliver a robust document. The cover letter was the patient voice that said, we want faster trials, less people involved if possible, novel designs that include everyone in the spectrum of this illness. We want less exposure to placebo, and we want to be your partner so that you understand what living with this disease means and is. And I think just to sort of follow on to that, we have now been in discussion with them about the cardiac implications of this disease. Most boys die of heart failure. We then went to HLBI, we convened a meeting with HLBI, we sponsored the meeting, and now we are in active discussions with working groups on cardiac outcome measures that the FDA is considering would be useful as a primary outcome measure in a disease that's targeted to the Duchenne heart. And in February of this year, we will hold a pulmonary outcomes meeting for the same reason to look at what are the pulmonary outcomes if we really drive a therapy and to look specifically at respiratory effort. So that's been our story, and that's a continuing story, and they've been open and receptive, and we work with Steve and all of these departments to have webinars to inform our patients along the way of here's where we are, here's what we've learned, and then we pull them in. We're going into 2 AdCom meetings, and we recently had a wonderful webinar about what is an AdCom, what's expected, what can you do as a person to participate, how can we gather your voice collectively so that the FDA understands that this is community speak as opposed to one loud voice, and this is about a disease that affects many. And so that's how we intervene, and that's our story.
So do you like the FDA guidance?
I like the FDA guidance. You know, we were all uniformly impressed when, and I think I can say to you, they had an open public comment period, so I don't know of all the comments. I know of some, but in general, the community was incredibly pleased. First of all, that we together were able to craft such a document. I think for our disease, it was a journey through our disease. You know, because as a mom with 2 boys, when they were diagnosed, I kind of said, well, how hard is this? How hard can it be, right? Who's all hiding the cure or whatever? And I learned over 30 years that it's pretty hard. There's lots of things to do, money, policy, lots of things to do. So that was an education, and I think crafting guidance really informed our community, because people will say, you know, dystrophin should be a surrogate. And then during the discussion of the working group about what methodology, how do you know? Are the associated proteins all reconfigured? Is it localized at the sarcolemma? And these parents were like, oh, you know, it's not simple. And is it uniform across every muscle? So I think this was an education for our whole community. And also the feeling that there's an FDA that wants to learn and listen. And they will do that with good partners in a good partnership, and they will further learn about the heart and the pulmonary measures and work with you. I think it reassured our community that we have an FDA that really wants to do the best for us possible. And that's led to a certainly greater advocacy in terms of 21st century cures, a greater dialogue with our community. It's been a very rich experience, and we've been thankful for the response on the guidance. It's been terrific. Now approvals.
So one of the things you mentioned were tools that you had available for accelerated approvals, fast track, et cetera, right? I know that you know this, but the gentleman to your left had a lot to do with some of that work. And so, Jeff, we'd love for you, we owe a great deal of gratitude for the work that you've done quietly and silently alongside of the FDA and others. And would love for you to share with this audience and those who will watch this film later some of the things that you did, and how did you do it and the steps that you took.
Sure. You know, I think our experience over many years working with the agency, you know, hearing Pat tell her story, it's not all that dissimilar. You know, there are a few key phrases that are important ones that, you know, that she mentioned as well. Things like relationship, bringing stakeholders together, data. You know, these are all important things. Because, you know, FDA is a scientific organization, and sometimes that is difficult to engage with, because a lot of the issues that advocacy organizations are dealing with are oftentimes anecdotal or emotional, you know, appropriately, but how to effectively translate that into data that all of these different, you know, approaches to achieving the same goal can coincide. I think that having been in this field for a number of years, I've seen things change in terms of working with the FDA. You know, a decade or more ago, I think there was a little bit more of a lack of knowledge as to what the FDA even did, which created a little bit of hostility. You know, people knew that, you know, they were the regulator, and that seemed like a threatening, negative position to be in. And so I think a lot of people kind of took the position of, I know I'm not supposed to like this agency, but I'm not sure why. But I think that's changed in many ways because the FDA has been able to get out there more and talk about what they're doing and be involved in some of these discussions very actively because these are subject matter experts and people who go to work at this agency to protect and promote the health of the public. They're not there because they are interested in ruling with an iron fist, so to speak. Over the years, I think we've developed a collaborative relationship with the agency by being as data-driven as possible and trying to be as tangible as we can in identifying mutual challenges. And in terms of the breakthrough therapy designation that you mentioned, when we started working on this topic with FDA, it was really to try and gain multi-stakeholder opinions and expert opinions about a challenge that everyone in the field of oncology was facing. And it wasn't to address a problem at FDA, it wasn't to address a problem within the industry or a problem in academia. This was a problem in oncology, and frankly, it was almost a good problem to have. So we do a series of workshops throughout the year that are built around bringing these multiple stakeholders together from different sectors in order to try and propose solutions to a pre-identified problem. So in the case of the breakthrough therapy designation, we had no intention of seeking legislation, quite frankly, when this began. It was really, in speaking with FDA leadership, we had agreed that we are starting to see with greater frequency a phenomena in oncology drug development and in some other disease settings as well. So this wasn't meant to be cancer specific, but we did ultimately use oncology as a case study, so to speak. But the question that we were looking to answer was, when you see a really unprecedented treatment effect very early on in development, in phase 1 or early phase 2, what steps should be taken to do business differently? And this was fueled in many ways by a melanoma drug that received a great deal of attention as the sponsor was going through the process of developing the drug. And the New York Times picked up the story in 2010 about how 2 cousins were involved in a clinical trial for this drug. One was randomized to the standard of care control arm, and the other to this new drug. Well, at that time in melanoma, the standard of care was effectively an ineffective option. But this was the course of drug development that the sponsor had chosen in order to show that their drug was safe and effective. The drug's on the market, but I think it made people question: is the requirement for having a large-scale randomized phase 3 trial in all situations absolutely necessary? And the answer, I think the FDA knew the answer to this already. I'm quite confident the answer is no. And there were certainly times in oncology that they had altered development schemes, but it just wasn't necessarily a formalized process as to how they interact with the sponsor and how do we lay out those goals so that the sponsors are bringing acceptable trial designs to the FDA for review. So this was purely scientific at the time. We issued a white paper at this particular conference that laid out some of these different development strategies. What types of effect size are we seeing? When are you seeing them? What can be done differently? What types of endpoints can be used in different situations that could be reflective of clinical benefit? Things like durability of response rather than overall survival, so that you can conduct the trials a little bit faster, perhaps in smaller situations, and expedite the development of the drug while at the same time minimizing the exposure of the maximum number of patients to an ineffective control agent. At that time, I think we had an interesting paper that laid out some development scenarios and strategies, and in many ways we were sort of thinking that this would be a good way as a multi-stakeholder group to lay out some of those strategies. Perhaps we'll publish it. It will go out there for researchers in industry and academia to use, perhaps maybe as the FDA to think about as they get new products in. I suppose to cross over into the previous panel a little bit, we did see the opportunity in terms of, this was in the context leading up to the 2012 reauthorization of the user fees, and this was early on in the process, probably toward the end of 2010, beginning of 2011, where there were some other proposals that were being floated that were being considered on the Hill that frankly were proposing to lower the standards of safety and efficacy that are currently in place. And we felt that, based on some of our work and conversations, the standards were appropriate in order to promote and protect health, and that's not the issue. What perhaps was the issue is how do you get to demonstrating that standard, and that was kind of the hallmark of what became the breakthrough therapy designation. And so we saw that opportunity to talk with folks at the FDA, to talk with folks on the Hill, to bring together other advocacy organizations, academic researchers, and industry, and say, if we develop this designation, will it be used? Does the FDA feel like this is something that they would benefit from formalizing? I think they've certainly done this before. We had examples of breakthrough drugs that we used at the time as case studies. There just wasn't a formal designation then, but I think they're still regarded as breakthrough drugs. But they were good models to talk about what went right. What types of collaboration occurred between the agency and the sponsor? What types of increased communications or involvement of senior leadership? What strategies were employed to reduce the number of patients on the ineffective control? And in bringing all of the stakeholders together, instead of telling folks on the Hill who had an alternative proposal, no, we don't like what you're doing, we took the approach of, well, have you considered this? I think through that process, working through legislative language it has its pros and cons. I think, certainly not everything in the world needs to be legislated, and maybe breakthrough falls into that category because it didn't necessarily bring a great deal of new authorities to FDA. But I think where it's been powerful is it aligned a lot of different stakeholders together. It gave FDA the opportunity to formalize a process around things that they thought were scientifically appropriate for the drugs that we're seeing now in many cases, and to establish something that they could say to sponsors, if you are seeing this really substantial effect based on your early clinical evidence, we're here for you. We want to talk to you. We want to work with you. We're going to help you along, and we're going to get it across the finish line as fast as possible. So I think it's been very powerful. It's been implemented, I think, far more than anyone originally thought. We're starting to see approvals of drugs that received the designation. The designation has been granted to nearly 100 different indications in the 3 short years that it's been around. And sure, there's challenges, because aligning, most of us all think about the clinical trials required to show safety and efficacy, but there's so many other parts to an application, things like drug quality, manufacturing standards, that if once you start to expedite one part of it, everything kind of has to move along. And I think that's been an ongoing collaborative experience on developing some of those optimal strategies, both within industry and within the FDA. But no one's ever told me otherwise. But I think, in general, I think this has been a positive program, for all stakeholders to interact better for these promising products, and ultimately provide potentially earlier access to some of the most promising therapies.
Right, thank you. And the 3 things that I heard in both of your messages that I think the advocates need to keep in mind is that, number 1, this takes time, right? This isn't something that you can accomplish with the FDA in a matter of months or potentially even a couple of years. Number 2, you need to have data to drive the asks, the demonstrations, etc. And then number 3, what I really like is sitting down with the FDA early to identify mutual challenges, right? That's something that you had indicated, and I think that's a great cornerstone to think about a partnership with the FDA. Yeah, great. What questions do we have in the audience after hearing those incredible stories?
Yes, George.
I was just, both of you touched on it. I'm just wondering how much influence or extra clout you got by the fact that you were able to collaborate with other groups that had similar issues. Both touched on that. I think, in addition to the fact that you have to have data to support it, is the fact that you have kind of a coalition of groups or groups that have similar particular patterns. Whether you work with other groups that
From our perspective, I don't know if it was influenced the agency. Probably the Hill. You know, PR is important. You know, but I think that by the time we even started going to the Hill with any conceptual ideas, we wanted to make sure that we were doing something that, number one, was of interest, scientifically important, and something that the agency thought would be beneficial before we even started, you know, really talking public about doing anything. And then second was, you know, after we had settled on some of the concepts, I think, with the agency, you know, again, prior to moving to the Hill, we spent a fair amount of time going out to the industry and saying, if this existed, would you use it? You know, because if the answer was no, then we certainly could have found better other things to do. You know, I do think that made it a little bit easier to get traction relatively quickly on the Hill, that groundwork was laid. And, you know, we tried to capitalize at a point in time in history where, you know, when these user fee cycles come around, there's a lot of things that get suggested, you know, so sometimes if you can come up with something that's reasonable, you have a better chance of floating to the top than, you know, than other things that might be, you know, ideas that haven't lasted the test of time or something.
I think for us, I think what we've learned is an organized patient voice with a consistent message is important. And so I think, so when we go to the Hill for an ask, whether that's in support of 21st century cures or whether that was long ago in 2001 about the MD Care Act, and then following years it's reauthorization, what we try to do, and in the last session they talked about a concise message. We have very concise messages using the same language that's repeated. So our message is pretty consistent, whatever that is. And so we organize that, we send bullet points out to parents and say, you can tell your story, you certainly, you know, can add to this, but these are the 2 or 3 messages you need to get across. And here's the language to use. So on the Hill side, in Congress, we use very consistent messages. I think that the FDA was receptive because of the methodology behind this. We started with a policy forum and it was open. So 250 families that, you know, some had very different beliefs about what should or could or which drug might be better or worse, but they were there for this general discussion. And you know, there were times in there where there was a little heat, you know, at least some heated comments about, for instance, dystrophin as a surrogate or not, or does it qualify or not, or how do you measure it or not. And then again, as we developed the steering committee and the working groups, then we also developed the community advisory board, which was again an open invitation for anybody in the community to review the documents, and they would be posted on a particular site. We guaranteed that their comments would be heard, we would review them. We wouldn't necessarily incorporate it into the document because of the rules, right? It had to be published, et cetera. So, but they would get a response that said, thanks for your comment, it does or doesn't fit into this, or we'll bring it up to the steering committee or whatever, so that they felt like they were heard. And then we hold a legislative conference every year in February, which is when you know, this is about Hill relationships. So families, more than 150 of them come in February, and usually in our February meeting that's accompanied by an update of what have we done in the regulatory area this year. We'll be talking about the expanded benefit risk, and we'll probably convene some meetings around pulmonary outcomes or cardiac outcomes to inform our community about what we're doing. So I think it's that feedback loop that you have to have with the community and also with Congress, and just about relationships with Congress. We've known many of these people, even though they change. As offices change, we get to know them. We have relationships with them. We thank them all the time. We appreciate what they do, and we make sure they know that. Because I don't think anyone in any federal agency or on Congress is sitting around wondering what to do next. So I think that this is an appreciation of the fact that they are busy, really involved, thoughtful people, and we recognize that and try to find that messaging.
I saw one more question.
Yeah. So I often think about groups that are not as well resourced and lessons you guys have maybe learned along the way. You're clearly doing a lot of things right, But if you are an organization with a really discrete set of resources and bandwidth, I think I'd like to hear two things. One, what do you think of the things you've done are the most important, right? And secondly, mistakes maybe that you've learned along the way that you see other organizations making fairly consistently that, you know, are just money's not well spent or misdirected.
Do you want to go?
As an organization or with respect to these two projects?
You're just organizationally.
You know, I think where we have tried to capitalize on, and being a pretty small organization, we've had the good fortune of being able to work with some of the world's experts in predominantly oncology, but even depending on the project, other areas as well. And that spans all sectors, you know, whether it's, you know, experts at FDA, NIH, within industry, academic advisors, other advocacy organizations. I think having subject matter experts in the field that are extremely willing to provide advice to you is huge. It really gives you a sounding board. It makes sure that you are indeed trying to address the right questions and do so in the most reasonable ways forward. You know, and I think where we've been, where we've had success in that area is, you know, hopefully people that have been involved in our projects see that there are tangible outcomes that at least move the ball forward. And so it helps us kind of be a little bit of a bridge between, in some regards, the scientific community and the policy world, and working with scientists that otherwise may not have the venue to be involved in policy, that we can sort of provide that. And so, you know, people aren't working with us to, you know, gain an honorarium. We can't afford that. So we employ our volunteers. And, you know, in terms of potential mistakes along the way, you know, it is really, really important to try and keep everyone on the same page. And when you have these big groups, you know, that can be hard. You definitely have to know what you know and know what you don't know and respect that. You know, so you know, I think Sarah mentioned in some of her remarks that, you know, the FDA is a very large organization, and an individual's opinion is different than an agency's opinion. And just because you submit a question to the agency and don't hear back later that same day, it doesn't mean you're being ignored. You know, so you have to respect other people's processes, you know, because for most of the causes represented in the room here, I think, you know, everyone is trying to work to the same goal. We all just sort of, you know, do it differently. So you do have to respect that.
Sure. So I think one of the most important issues that can be done with without significant resources would be to understand caregiver preferences or patient preferences, to understand how do they weigh benefit risk, what's meaningful benefit to them. I don't mean clinically meaningful benefit in terms of the doctor saying you're benefiting, good enough. I mean meaningful benefit to the patient. What would make a difference in their lives? I think it's really important to understand what the constituency believes and thinks about that. I think you could develop a survey. How ours was developed is we again gathered some of the community members as an advisory board, had them list their worries, and captured those worries in a systematic way with people who knew how to do surveys and whether experiments will work or not, and then reached out through social networking. That isn't as broad as we want to go, but it certainly gives us a flavor of caregiver preferences. So I think that's something, and then to be able to report that back. Here's what we learned. And I can't tell you the number of stories. We also collected stories as well. Please, here's what we learned. Tell us your story. So we collected in a matter of 2 weeks, 200 stories. And Duchenne's a rare disease. So we felt like that was good, and patients felt like they were heard. So I think that's a very good and important way to communicate with your community and understand. I mean, we've made mistakes all along the way. In Duchenne today, there's a lot of drama. In Duchenne, I think Richard and if Steve was still here, they would smile if I said that. There's 46 foundations because social networking empowers people to have their own foundation. And so they want to do something for their son. And I think the other thing that has complicated this, to the good, it's great that we are learning this, but it's complicated because now it's about your molecular diagnosis. Soon it'll be about your biomarkers. So as we get more and more fragmented, then I want a particular medicine for my child, which means I'll have a foundation because my friends, so it gets into this. So I think for us, it's trying to find where do we agree. Pulmonary outcome measures would be really important for everybody, right? So then we try to be open and gather, but it is hard. And mistakes along the way, there have been many of them. We're 22 years old, and I think our biggest sin is we want to do everything all the time. And so there's, from care, we now have initiated a program to certify centers so that we can assure patients that they're getting optimal care. So we have 9 centers growing to 20 in 2016. And we do advocacy, we do research, we do care, we do education, and I think we have a small staff and a small budget. So we have, my mother would say, the ideas are grandiose and the budget is about a beer a day. So I think that is our sin. I think we try to just walk, guidance. Somebody says do guidance and we're like, okay, and that's kind of how we are. So I think we are trying to be more strategic about what is it going to do, how is it going to change the landscape, how much does it cost, and who else will be contributing to the overall cost of this effort, and can we leverage additional money? That's kind of how we look at it.
There are a lot of us working on a beer a day budget.
I know.
But we've been able to do some great things, so thank you for that. I'm going to have you guys stay seated while we do follow-up, but could you join me in thanking them for their work here? So, thank you for staying with us. A couple of follow-up items. We're going to email you several things in the next couple of days. We're going to email you an evaluation. It's really important for you to complete that for us so that we know how to move these tech meetings forward in the future. We're going to send you the slide deck. So prior to even pushing it to the website, we're going to send you the full set of slides that you've seen here today. Links to all of Joshua's stuff that he mentioned earlier. A link to Steve's page, right? The FDA Patient Network page, so that will be easy and at your fingertips. We're also going to send you information. GSK has a PALS summit that's coming up at the end of September, and we're going to be sending you information on that particular meeting as well. So just in terms of next steps, there's a lot of work to be done, and as we're moving into PDUFA, and as we're thinking about what we've learned here today, there may be some areas where we can collaborate across these areas. So I really challenge you all to think about that. I know that we do that in the cancer space all the time, but you'll be hearing from us about a number of opportunities, shared collaborations, how can we help the FDA with resources as they continue to talk to all of our patients. So look forward to that. Just in terms of thank you, I have to thank the FDA. You guys really came out in full force today. So thank you so much for supporting this meeting and being an important part of it. Thank you to our speakers. We've got a few of you left here, so we really appreciate all that you've done to support this. I have to thank GSK, our sponsor of the meeting, and Fran may have stepped out, but we really appreciate their support to make this happen. For those of you who may have seen those people trolling sort of in the background, that's the CSC team and Libby. So thank you, CSC team, for your work. And to Jeff's point about volunteers that we employ, we actually have 2 of the advisors to our Cancer Policy Institute here. Dylan Robbie, welcome back to the DC area from the West Coast. And Jeff Allen, thanks for all you do to support us. So thank you all. I'm going to let you go on with your day, and please